the championship. We about to win, celebrate all night and then we do it again. Check it out, check it out. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Hey, yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Hey, yo, we take it to the top. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard in the block. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard. We go hard. Yeah. Oh my God, we go hard. Oh my God, we go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. Yeah. Yeah. We go hard. We go hard. We go hard. Check it out. Check it out now. It's time to rock. Rock it, yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. Check it out, check it out. It's time to rock. Rock it, yo, the party don't stop. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. It's time to rock. We go hard. We go hard. Yeah, yeah, oh my God, we go hard. Oh my God, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. Yeah, yeah, we go hard. We go hard. We go hard. Check it out now.
Go get a hold of yourself. The world's trying to tear you down. It's like you're gonna need some help. A good job, I'm around. I'll be bringing my all tonight. Nothing's gonna stop me now. This whole place is gonna be mine. I'm gonna run this town. Have you heard about me? I'm the man around here. I'm the mayor of this town. And I'm bringing the fear. What's she gonna do about it? What's she gonna say about me? And I know I talk so loudly. I'm the king of the West, yeah, I'm the king of the West. Don't even think about it. You better turn around now. You think you're strong, you doubt it. Yeah, I'm the king of the West, yeah, I'm the king of the West. You better keep quiet and still. You better not make a sound. I only go in for the kill. No, I don't mess around. What's she gonna do about it? What's she gonna say about me? And I know I talk so loudly. I'm the king of the West, yeah, I'm the king of the West. Don't even think about it. You better turn around now. It's more than a feeling deep in my bones. Nothing can stop me reaching my throne.
Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house. But it's a love house, y'all. Because we all love music. We in this house. They call it house. But it's a love house, y'all.
Play 35
Fireflies in the sky, and they're coming down and hit the ground now. Run around, chase all my dreams. Will you come with me tonight? Be my firefly, my firefly, my firefly tonight. You come with me, give me a light, oh, give me a light, give me a light, oh, so I can see. Fireflies in the sky, and they're coming down and hit the ground now. Run around, chase all my dreams. Will you come with me tonight? Be my firefly, my firefly, my firefly tonight. You come with me, give me a light, oh, give me a light, give me a light, oh, so I can see. Give me a light, oh, give me a light, give me a light, so I can see.
There are things I could say, but I might as well show. There are things we could guess, but we might as well know. So hurry up, girl, you've been taking too long. We can't just get crazy like there's nothing wrong. Cause all I hear is talking, 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 and all I need is action. Baby, till the morning, 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 a little satisfaction. If you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. You think that it's hard when it's easy as pie? We got the ingredients, why don't we try? Yeah, yeah. No need to be greedy, I'm yours for the night. But could be for life if you're treating me right. Yeah. And you can keep walking, walking, walking. Cause baby, I need action. Just a little satisfaction to keep me holding on. Cause if you just take the time, everything could be simple. And every day I'll be with you, no lie. It's not that complicated. 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 can keep it simple. Boy, we'll take it easy. I gave you all the info. What more do you need from me? 'Cause everything you say you like now, you can get it all right now. Baby, it's not hard, it's no lie. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated.
So you wanna be my rock and roll queen? You wanna live now in my seat? Take my hand, it'll be alright. Come with me, baby, day or night. Could have been a real rock star if I would've just learned to play the guitar. Could have been a real rock star. Birds in the tree and the fish in the sea. Down on my knees, begging you, please hypnotize me with your eyes. Come on, baby, for Sunday drive. Could have been a real rock star if I would've just learned to play the guitar. Could have been a real rock star. So you wanna be my rock and roll queen? Wanna live now in my seat? Take my hand, it'll be alright. Come with me, baby, day or night. Could have been a real rock star if I would've just learned to play the guitar. Could have been a real rock star. Birds in the tree and the fish in the sea. I'm down on my knees begging you, please hypnotize me with your eyes. Come on, baby, for Sunday drive. Could have been a real rock star if I would've just learned to play the guitar. Could have been a real rock star.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sweat. Hey, hey, sweat. Hey, hey, sweat. Don't stop till the room starts to sweat.
Come and sway with me, lay with me, yeah, babe with me, and she rolling all day with me. Rock stars at the party, and there ain't many that can party how we party, yeah, they litty. You can holler if you hear me, if you heard this. Yeah, the word is anytime that I come, then you know it ain't worthless. Do it for the fun, but I come with a purpose. Dressed to impress, tell the bouncer move back. Vibrations in my chest, I wanna feel that boom back. Libations for my guests, they know I'm a cool cat, but you knew that.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, don't stop till the room starts to sweat. Hey, hey, sweat. Hey, hey, sweat. Hey, don't stop till the room starts to sweat.
Got the whole crew here mommy, come chill. When you step up in the party, it's a done deal. Drinks on me and one bill. We rock stars, and I ain't talking about a drum field. You should know that I gotta bring more of us. And we party on the go like a tour bus. You couldn't make it, well, I'm sorry, that's just your luck. Meanwhile, I'm getting more bucks. Stack it up, then rack it up. Bend it over, poke it out, then back it up. We acting up and we right here. We don't party like squares.
We party like we're rock stars, rock stars. It's midnight at the dive bar, dive bar. Hey, and we won't go down till sunlight comes out and dark skies turn into day. Like we're rock stars, no rock stars. Don't stop till the room starts to sway. Hey, hey, sway. Hey, hey, sway. Don't stop till the room.
Welcome to wheelchair basketball at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. Yesterday saw the Marine Corps storm their way through to the gold medal game with their 5th double-digit victory. They'll battle Team Air Force, who avenged an earlier loss with a resounding victory over Army. It's the Marine Corps versus Air Force for the gold, and SOCOM versus Army for the bronze on the final day of wheelchair basketball at the Warrior Games Challenge. Coming up next.
Welcome back to the Warrior Games Challenge. We wrapped up a great morning of archery and we're getting ready here for the finals of wheelchair basketball. We have SOCOM versus Army kicking things off in just a minute. The teams are already warmed up and ready to go. And then later on for our gold medal match, we'll have Air Force versus Marines. So lots of action coming up for you guys. And while you get ready to watch the finals, make sure you're showing off how you're celebrating your favorite athletes and favorite branches on social media. Tag us at DoD Warrior Games and don't forget to use those hashtags. Hashtag Warrior Games, hashtag WG23, hashtag Adaptive Sports, and hashtag Warrior Athletes. We'll be back in just a moment to kick off this bronze medal game, but until then, take a moment to listen to a message from our host, the U.S. Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California. I'm John Magrino, along with my partner, Haley Elwood, and we are Day 3 of wheelchair basketball action. And Haley, for the first 2 days, we saw plenty of excitement, plenty of upsets, but tonight we get to determine who wins the gold, silver, and bronze medals.
It has been a highly competitive, highly physical last couple days. There's been a lot of wheelchair basketball that has been played. It comes down to this game today, these 2 games tonight, 2 rematches, big games to cap this one off.
We're going to see Air Force taking on the undefeated Marine Corps team. If they can stop them, Marine Corps has been red hot. But that's our gold medal game coming up later. Prior to that, we've got the bronze medal game featuring Team SOCOM and Team Army. We're going to have our opening tip coming up next. Good afternoon and welcome to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center for today's bronze medal game in wheelchair basketball, featuring Team SOCOM and Team Army. At this time, please join us as we honor America as retired U.S. Army Specialist J.P. Lane sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
J.P. Lane. And now let's meet the teams for today's wheelchair basketball bronze medal game. Introducing first the visiting team on the scoreboard, Team SOCOM. Number 7, Staff Sergeant Adam Fouts. Number 9, Sergeant Ann Knox. Number 11, Major Eric Lewis. Number 18, Petty Officer First Class Dustin Burrell. Number 32, Specialist Justin Radbill. Number 41, Petty Officer Third Class Harley Megley. The starting lineup for Team SOCOM. Number 3, Lieutenant Isaiah Staley. Number 6, Sergeant First Class Don Page. Number 8, Master Sergeant Roger Hopkins. Number 24, Captain Zachary Polega. And number 75, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, Team SOCOM. And now let's meet the home team on the scoreboard, Team Army. Number 1, Sergeant Finlay Cortez Alvarez. Number 4, Sergeant Bill Anderson. Number 8, Sergeant Dalton Apodaca. Number 11, Staff Sergeant Tyler Will. Number 17, Specialist Colin Matthews. Number 18, Captain Anna Walker. The starting lineup for Team Army. Number 6, Kevin Reyes. Number 12, Staff Sergeant Derek Thompson. Number 13, First Lieutenant Dion Jones. Number 21, Specialist Michael Rayford. And number 23, Sergeant Kaylin McClendon. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Army. Well, there are your starting lineups for our bronze medal game. Team SOCOM taking on Team Army. John Magrano along with Haley Elwood here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego. Haley, I think if we take a look at the matchup, these two teams very familiar with each other as they faced off earlier, and it was pretty competitive.
It was. I mean, SOCOM beat Army 26-18 in that last game. These are two teams kind of evenly matched in this one a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. I think a lot of this game is going to be predicated on defense.
See our officials for the bronze medal game: Ramon Alvarado, Bob Doty, and Angel Zavala. Good story in this matchup was Team SOCOM overcoming a disastrous 0-2 start to start the tournament. They won 3 straight before falling to the Marine Corps, and that earned them a bronze medal matchup. I think the strength of Team SOCOM lies in Tony Smith and Zach Palega.
That's absolutely correct. That duo combined for 20 points in their win over Navy. We saw Tony Smith not play a whole lot in that Marine Corps game last night. I think he was getting ready for archery is what we heard. They were kind of saving him for this one. But those two are the keys for SOCOM's success.
And SOCOM gets the opening tip. Army knocked off the top seed Air Force and number 2 seed Navy. In their first matchup, as you stated, they fell to SOCOM. They're going to recapture some of that energy from the early rounds of the tournament. This is Tony Smith. Back to Isaiah Staley. Guarded by McClendon. Inside to Tony Smith. And Smith gets the shot off, but he's fouled in the lane by Dion Jones. Check that. Derek Thompson picks up the foul for Army. That'll put Tony Smith on the line. Tony Smith competed in archery this morning. Shot off the front of the iron. This is Michael Rayford for Army. Gets a good push and a block by McClendon on the right. Free in the lane, but a good recovery by Zach Palega. And Rayford's shot goes up and out of bounds. Army had defeated Air Force earlier in the tournament, and they lost to them in the rematch by 28 points, and that brought them down here to the bronze medal game. You saw prior to the game, Haley, Army huddling up. They know what SOCOM's going to do. They obviously done a decent job of scouting them earlier, obviously played them as well. So they're taking this seriously. Army looking to repeat as bronze medalists.
You saw it pregame. There were multiple huddles, multiple focused, intense huddles with their coach going over everything with them today. Got to get something going, and this is it. It's win or go home at this point for that bronze medal.
McClendon gets it to Kevin Reyes with a strong push. Up ahead to Thompson. And Thompson with a nice touch. First score of the game. And a good job by Derek Thompson. Thompson is probably one of the two players that I include Bill Anderson, who will be coming off the bench for Army. Those two are dominant on the glass, but they've got to get a little bit more involved here against SOCOM on the offensive side if Army wants to be able to stand on the podium tonight. This is Dawn Page looking for an opening, and she gets to Roger Hopkins, and his shot is up and off the glass and rebounded by Army.
To go off of what you said, I think we've seen that a lot in these games now. You have a couple players that certainly stand out, but then they're sort of like workhorse guys that get the job done. Reyes, though, one of those who stands out.
Layup by Kevin Reyes. We've got a timeout on the floor by SOCOM. Army running their offense. Kevin Reyes getting back into the scoring action. He actually had a phenomenal game, or I should say phenomenal games early on. They certainly need him to contribute more offensively here. This is something good that you like to see, right? You've got first two baskets by Thompson and Reyes, two players that will be instrumental in Army's pursuit.
Kind of felt like they needed to come out, start hot, get things going. That's certainly what they've done. SOCOM, as I said yesterday in that game that they did lose, they're not unfamiliar in being down as they were in some prior games, but it'll be interesting to see how, though, they respond to this. They're a smart group. They're a tough group. They've gotten better as they've gone on in this tournament. It's kind of a fun one.
17:44 to go here in the first half of our bronze medal game. Army with a quick 4-0 lead. Unlike the earlier rounds where there was a running clock, here in the medal rounds, clock will stop on timeouts and fouls. This is Tony Smith, bumped by Kevin Reyes. That's a nice job defensively by Reyes. Tony Smith, you don't want to give him open looks. 5 to shoot. There's a steal by Army. Tried to get it up ahead to Thompson, but that's picked off by Zach Pelega. Pelega and Smith, two scoring threats for SOCOM. And he gets it inside to Smith, turns, dishes to Staley, up and in. Isaiah Staley uses the backboard, gets SOCOM in the scorebook. McClendon to Michael Rayford. Rayford up ahead. Here's Kevin Reyes. And Pelega trying to charge in, and he gets boxed out by Jones. And Reyes can't finish. Rebound to SOCOM. And that ball falls into the hands of Rayford. And up ahead to Reyes, who commits the over and back violation. Take a look at the bucket by SOCOM. Nice pass. Isaiah Staley taking his time, using the glass. I think what we saw by SOCOM in their loss earlier, much more patient today than they were. See Tony Smith in the lane, taking his time, getting a good set shot, not rushing it, and it pays off.
You mentioned
tied at 4.
More patience. That was sort of what was also missing in that loss to the Marine Corps last night. It honestly felt like they just weren't on the same page in that game. They needed to communicate better. And we've heard all week that they are a team that's comprised of multiple branches where they haven't had a lot of time playing together. But now they had some games under their belt. They've been practicing together. You want to see that communication come on strong in this game.
Here's Smith. He knocks down his second shot. We've got a whistle. Looks like a timeout called by Army. So SOCOM on a 6-0 run after being down by 4 to start the game. 30-second timeout called by Army to regroup. We talked earlier, Zach Palega and Tony Smith, the two key offensive threats for SOCOM, and they work so well together.
They're absolutely a dynamic duo out here. It feels like almost every team's got a pair of guys like that. Those are the two, though, that you want to watch if you're watching SOCOM play.
Zach Palega has amassed 8 gold medals thus far in this tournament, in addition to 2 silver medals.
Oh. As we've said all week, unreal, just unreal the athleticism that these athletes display. The fact that someone like Tony Smith was even playing this morning, competing in archery this morning, just incredible to come out here and do this tonight.
Kevin Reyes took the tumble, gets helped back up. Tony Smith providing a gauntlet for Kevin Reyes. SOCOM will inbound. This is Palega beyond the three-point arc. Thought about it. Got plenty of room. Dumps it inside to Smith. And we've got a foul called on Army. Michael Rayford picks up his first foul. This is Palega. Good defense by Deion Jones. Palega's shot goes up and off. Rebounded Army. We got a whistle. Foul is called on Isaiah Staley. Kevin Reyes across midcourt to Jones, and a good pass to McClendon, and shot is short. Recovered by Tony Smith. Under 15 minutes to go in the first half. Smith inside to Palega. Gets the shot up and it's in. Zach Palega. Outlet pass from Reyes. Is Michael Rayford trying to find his way around Thompson, and he's going to take it out beyond the arc, and he loses the handle, and it goes out of bounds to SOCOM. Another sweet pass from Tony Smith. Zach Palega with the long reach. Almost undefendable.
Yeah, that is that teamwork that's on display, that communication between those two. As we said, those are the two to watch and the two to stop if you are on Army and you want to have a chance in this game.
SOCOM on an 8-0 run. Here's Staley off the glass. Outlet pass to Jones, up to Rayford. He's chased by Palega. A good job defensively by Palega and Smith as they boxed in Caleb McClendon, and they rewarded with the steal. Palega gets around Rayford, tries to get it to Dunn. Palega again. Pass inside the lane is picked off by Army. Deion Jones. Gets it out to Derek Thompson. Good job by Roger Hopkins closing the gap, but Thompson's able to knock it down off the glass for his first bucket of the game. If I can make that correction, that is his second bucket of the game, and that snaps an 8-0 run by SOCOM. Here's another steal by Army. from Reyes to Rayford. Rebound Page. Tony Smith lost the ball. Then we got a foul called on Tony Smith. SOCOM going to the bench. That'll bring in Dustin Burrell, placing Tony Smith. Gets a well-earned breather. 8-6 SOCOM. 12:38 to go here in the first half. As McClendon gets it to Deion Jones, and a 2-on-1 for Army. Here's Reyes. No good, rebounded by Zach Palega to Isaiah Staley, but he's boxed in by Rayford to Burrell. McClendon tries to cut him off and does. Here's Zach Palega. Looking for a teammate. Can't find him, and we've got a 3-second call. So a good job defensively by Army. Not giving any look for Zach Palega.
That's what you got to do. You got to limit him. You need to limit him and try to do what you can to also frustrate him, because they are making things look really, really casual and easy right now, especially after that 8-0 run.
Deion Jones tries to get behind Hopkins, gets it inside to Thompson, and he loses it out of bounds. Palega guarded by Reyes. Gets it to Page. Reyes turns around. Good defense on Page. Palega in between McClendon, and the ball's tipped away by Rayford, but back to Page. Here's Staley. Shot is off and rebounded by Thompson. Up ahead to Reyes. Guarded by Palega. Here's Jones. Can't get the roll. You like what you see so far by Army?
I do. The only thing is they've had a couple looks like that where they've had guys just get into nice positions, and it just hasn't paid off. But if they can keep kind of frustrating SOCOM, getting in their face a little bit, that'll give them a good opportunity in this game.
Isaiah Staley picks up his second foul of the game. And here's a quick inbound pass, and it gets it into Thompson. And a nice touch. Derek Thompson took his time, got his shot set, and knocks down his third of the game. 6 points for Derek Thompson. Again, we talked at the outset, if Army has an opportunity, if Army wants a chance to win, they've got to have Derek Thompson involved.
You absolutely nailed it. He is one of those guys, those gritty grinders, who's just getting the job done in this one so far.
Tony Smith tries to get it inside to Page. Loose ball is picked up. Well, was trying to be picked up by Staley, but him and Rayford tied it up. And the jump ball and possession arrow goes to Army. 10:20 to go here in the first half when we are tied at 8. Reyes can't get around Smith, but he gets it up ahead to Thompson. Looking for Rayford, who was coming in on the left side. Back to Jones. Good ball work. Jones can't get it to go. Back inside to Rayford. We got a 3-second violation. Army with great ball movement just can't capitalize on it.
Yeah, as we've said, we've seen a couple of those instances in this game so far. Good news, it's tied. It's anyone's ball game at this point. But precision and attention to detail and mechanics is definitely going to be the key for whoever comes out on top.
Reyes working furiously on defense. Tony Smith is able to slip away, and he gets it inside to Palega.
And off the glass, no good. Rebound, Burrell. That shot's no good. It's going to stay with SOCOM. 27 seconds left to shoot. They got a fresh 30 as the ball hit off the rim. Here's Staley. Back to Pelega in the lane, guarded by McClendon. And SOCOM just can't get that shot to fall. Deion Jones for Army. Pulls away from Burrell, but a great recovery by Staley in the lane. Gets it back out to Thompson, and it's batted away by Burrell. .11 seconds to shoot off the inbounds. This is Rayford. Pass to Jones, slips by Staley. Tries to get it off the glass and it won't go. Rebound, Tony Smith. Tony Smith is in the paint. There's about a 75% chance he's coming down with the rebound.
You absolutely are correct on that. He has an awareness for the ball. He's always around it.
And count the basket for Dawn Page. Going to hit Kayla McClendon with her first personal foul. And Page will go to the line looking to convert the three-point play. Great pass inside by Burrell. Page, she was all alone. McClendon didn't see her sliding in, and Page makes her pay. Page's free throw falls short. SOCOM with a 10-8 lead here with 8:39 to go in the first half. Reyes met by Staley in the backcourt, gets it back to McClendon and over to Jones. On the left side to Rayford. Inside pass from Reyes to Thompson, and Thompson with a great touch from underneath. Derek Thompson carrying Army here in the first half, 8 of their 10 points.
It is impressive, an impressive performance from him this afternoon. You can kind of sense it, not saying that he wants it more than anyone else, but when he's down there, he's just got that look about him and that feel about him that when he puts it up, it's going to go in.
Almost looking at his teammates, just give me the ball.
Yeah.
Up ahead to Rayford, trying to get it blocked by Trey, and that's going to be a foul on McClendon. Actually, Haley, what the foul was not on McClendon. It's actually a nice play by her trying to set a little bit of a pick, and she knocked over Burrell, but the travel was called on Michael Rayford. Remember, you have to push the wheel. You only have two pushes of the wheel before you bounce, and if not, it's called a travel. So that was a good break for SOCOM.
We've talked all week about the travel calls in wheelchair basketball and just also the specificity that you have to have and the control that you have to have in your chair. It is an entire other apparatus out here. And oh, by the way, you're playing basketball. So there's multiple things going on. These athletes are just so phenomenal.
The amount of concentration that you have to be able to do both things with any degree of effectiveness, pretty impressive. Got a 3-second call in the lane. SOCOM will take over. Tied at 10 here with 7:19 to go. Tony Smith pushing it up the floor. Met by Reyes. Bounces it over to Dawn Page. She's met by McClendon. Gets it inside to Pelega. Foul is going to be called on Michael Rayford. That's his second. So early foul trouble for Rayford of Army and Isaiah Staley of SOCOM, each with 2. Army coming in with a 2-3 mark. And competition. SOCOM with a 3-3 mark. They had to take care of Navy to get in the play-in game, the elimination game rather, as Kevin Reyes bounces it up and in. 4 points for Reyes. So a back-and-forth game. Army had jumped out to a 4-point lead. SOCOM had erupted for 8 more, and Army takes over, up by 2. Lega to Smith. Smith can't get it to go. Rebound, Army. This is Kalen McClendon to a wide open Michael Rayford. Zach Palega hauls in the rebound. Deep pass to Tony Smith. Smith waiting for some help from his teammates. Here's Palega. Just outside the three-point arc. Will he take it, Haley? Will he take the 3? No.
No.
Staley inside. Tony Smith says, you know what? I'm going to take the higher percentage shot in the lane, but I'm going to draw the foul. Kayla McClendon gets her second foul, so as we said, 2 Army starters now with 2 fouls each. Let's see how that plays out. Here's Tony Smith. Rebounded by Derek Thompson. Derek Thompson, fresh off a gold and silver medal performance in track. Took gold in the 200, 100, and in the silver, or I should say in the 100, took the silver. Thompson also competing in archery, field events, rowing. We'll see him for sitting volleyball as well. Kaylin McClendon, she's a gold medal winner, as part of the 4x100 relay team. Thompson, Michael Rayford. Rayford in the lane, can't get it to go, and we've got an offensive foul called. And that's Michael Rayford's 3rd personal foul.
Definitely not what Army wants at this point right now.
Cannot afford to have Michael Rayford off the floor. And we've got a timeout on the floor. 5 minutes even left here in the first half. Army with a 12-10 lead over SOCOM here in the bronze medal game. Army getting all of their offensive production thus far from Derek Thompson and Kevin Reyes. SOCOM's got 4 different scorers. I guess it really doesn't matter, as you see with Derek Thompson with 8 and Reyes with 4. I guess it doesn't matter where you're getting your scoring from as long as you're getting your scoring, so that might be a good problem to have.
I think that's the strategy at this point. Can you get someone there? Can they make a basket? Great. Is it one person? Is it spread between 5 different people? At this point, it's anyone's ball game. This is a tight one. I mean, we kind of anticipated these teams are a little evenly matched just with how they've sort of approached this entire tournament. But I am impressed, though, by Army and what they've done and sort of the resolve that they've shown throughout this first half so far.
So again, Michael Rayford with 3 fouls. Now, he has not factored into scoring yet, but he's that threat. He's fast down the court. He's got a good shot. He hasn't factored into scoring yet, but with 3 fouls, you gotta wonder if he gets another one, do you keep him on the floor? SOCOM. Isaiah Staley in the lane. Quick shot gets the roll. 4 for Isaiah Staley, and we're tied again at 12. Army getting suffocated in the backcourt by SOCOM. And that long pass goes out of bounds.
Almost left the building.
Isaiah Staley, guarded by Rayford. He's got to be careful. Staley looking for assistance, gets it inside to Pelega, and a nice strip by Deion Jones. And another one. Deion Jones turning it up defensively for Army. Let's take a look at this. Jones with a great recovery, knocks the ball away from Pelega, and then has the awareness to come back and take it away from Burrell. But the foul was called on Jones, so Burrell gets the shot on the 1-and-1, and it doesn't get it to go, but it goes out of bounds, and that'll go to Army. Exceptional defense by Deion Jones in spite of the foul.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you can see just how upset he was at himself, putting his head in his hands when he was called for that foul. But as we have said all game long, that Army defense, they've held their own against SOCOM's offense, and that's what they need to do. They need to be aggressive, and you've seen that so far. You just can't be too aggressive to get called for fouls.
Burrell, and he's going to get called for the offensive foul. Great defense in the lane. Looked like take a look at it one more time. Here's Burrell. Good positioning in the lane by Derek Thompson. Established position. And it's Burrell's responsibility to keep himself in control. And there you have the offensive foul. Kevin Reyes for Army. Here's Thompson. Gets off a clean shot. Rebounded by Tony Smith. Good look by Thompson. Tied at 12. 3:05 left here in the first half. Isaiah Staley tries to get it inside to Burrell. Off the glass, no good. Outlet pass to Reyes. Reyes met by Tony Smith. Gets it to Tyler Will, who just checked into the game. And Will's going to try to get a shot off, and it's off the iron, rebounded by Zach Pelega. Stolen back by McClendon. Deion Jones beyond the arc. Over to McClendon. Deion Jones to Tyler Will. And that loose ball is picked up by Burrell of SOCOM. Tony Smith tries to get around McClendon. Gets a good pass to Zach Pelega. Hustles for it, and he gets knocked over by Kalen McClendon. Let's see if that foul is called on McClendon. That would be her third. And it is. So Army, some serious issues. Take a look at this again, Haley. Good hustle by Zach Pelega. Tries to get it with McClendon. Her wheel clipped Pelega's wheel. And that's the foul.
That's what happens. There ends up being traffic jams out here sometimes. But you mentioned really good hustle by Pelega to try to resist that ball from going out of bounds. Gets clipped. Luckily, he's okay, and here he is at the line.
SOCOM looking to get a late substitution in here, and Knox makes her way onto the floor, and she'll replace Dawn Page. We'll see Dawn Page tomorrow for sitting volleyball as well. Competing in 5 sports in the game. Zach Pelega at the line. He'll shoot the 1-and-1. First shot is up and in. Michael Rayford checks back in for Army. Replaces Tyler Will. Indeed, Rayford's offensive set second shot by Palega is short. 3 points for Palega. SOCOM with a 1-point lead. Kaylin McClendon. Beyond the arc. 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Over to Kevin Reyes as he drifts to the free throw line. Shot goes off the back and rebounded by Ann Knox. Tony Smith with a small collision with Kevin Reyes. Smith gathers possession, gets it inside to Ann Knox with a good look off the front. The rebound to Thompson. Reyes looks into the paint. Shot by Thompson is short. The ball was not tipped, so it goes back over to SOCOM. Isaiah Staley for SOCOM, bronze medalist in wheelchair rugby. Also competed in swimming. This is Ann Knox, and she gets the roll. First basket of the game for Sergeant Ann Knox. Herself an accomplished medalist here at the Warrior Games. Gold in both the discus and shot put in the field events. Bronze medalist for wheelchair rugby. Kevin Reyes off the glass, rebounded by SOCOM. 35 seconds to go here in the first half. SOCOM with a 3-point lead and looking to add. Tony Smith. 15 to shoot. Inside to Palega. Tries to get around McClendon. She's got to be careful. She has 3 fouls. And that pass to Ann Knox goes out of bounds, so Army gets a break defensively with 15 seconds even to go. Shot clock is off. Here's McClendon to Rayford. A little bit of a burst there to Derek Thompson and a feed to Jones in the lane, and he gets a good roll off the front of the iron. Big basket for Deion Jones. As time expires here in the first half, your score, Team SOCOM 15, Team Army 14 in the bronze medal game. Let's take a look at the first half highlights. Army broke out to a good 4-0 lead with great discipline on offensive, I should say on the offensive side of the ball, but then SOCOM, Haley, ran off an 8-0 run.
Yeah, such good, same thing, disciplined by SOCOM at the exact same time. We mentioned it, yesterday night they weren't communicating well. They're doing that today. They're getting their teammates into great positions. You see a lot of really complimentary basketball to get them into good positions to score. Tight game.
Nice little flurry by Army at the end. Great set. Derek Thompson leading the way for Army with 8 points. So 15-14 your score here in the bronze medal game. SOCOM with a 1-point lead. And we're going to send it down courtside to our friend Lizzie Smith, who's got a very special guest.
Hello, Warrior Games. I'm here with Mike Scott from Team Marines. He's just checking out the competition before he competes in the gold medal match. How are you feeling watching the bronze medal game today?
Oh, I mean, they're leaving it all on the floor. It's awesome to see such great competition. It looks like both teams are communicating well, and if you look at the score, they both won it. So it's awesome to see the hunger, the fire, and they want to do it for their teammates.
Speaking of hunger and fire, how are you feeling heading into the gold medal game against Air Force later on tonight?
Oh, I mean, I think it's a roller coaster of emotions. Happy my team got here. Blessed for my coaches. Blessed for my teammates. I want to see everyone succeed. But me, I'm a little nervous. So I'll set the mood by listening to some Kevin Gates for a little bit.
Anything else you do to prepare? You guys fought hard yesterday. What's the secret? Good rest today? Lots of practice? How are we feeling?
Well, it wouldn't be a secret if I told you.
This guy, is he a military guy or what? Well, we can't wait to watch you later on tonight. Good luck. Thanks for your time. And we will be back shortly with the second half of the bronze medal match.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, California, John Magrino along with Haley Elwood and Team SOCOM with a 1-point lead over Team Army. You know, Haley, when you look at the first time these two teams met in the preliminary rounds, SOCOM had their way with Army. Not so much today. What's the difference?
I think it's been the stingy defense from Army, which is something that they're going to need to continue if they want to have a shot at winning this game. Army offensively, they come into this game the lowest point average of all teams in these finals. They only score 16.8 points per game, averaging as they are. So they're not a huge offensive team at this point. But here are their leading scorers, and you mentioned it. It started with Derek Thompson. He has been such a key for them in this one.
Thompson, a phenomenal player on both ends of the court. SOCOM, balanced scoring. No one really pulling away. You've got Tony Smith with 4 and Isaiah Staley. Kind of surprised that Tony Smith doesn't have the numbers that we had seen earlier in SOCOM's action. But again, it's effective. You know, I think if you spread the ball around, if you give out other people, you can't collapse on 1 or 2 players. So SOCOM, whatever they're doing, I'm sure they want to keep that going here in the second half. And if it gets you to the bronze medal, then job well done.
I wonder if the Tony Smith thing is also maybe because he didn't get a whole lot of action in that second half in last night's game against Marine Corps. And it's just sort of, again, getting used to it, getting back on the floor. Their coach, though, I don't know if you've been watching him this game, that man is fired up. He has been screaming all game long, getting those guys into the best positions they can. I kind of love that we have a tight one, though, because I truly feel at this point it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So we'll see what happens here in the second half. Coming up later on today, we'll have our gold medal match featuring Air Force and the Marine Corps. Got plenty of action to go here in the second half of the bronze medal game. A much better game than we had seen earlier between these two teams. And you could tell both teams hungry for the victory. Isaiah Staley with the ball for SOCOM as second half action gets underway. Guarded by Kevin Reyes. Reyes takes such pride in defense. Loft pass to Roger Hopkins. And that loose ball is gobbled up by Ann Knox. But the shot goes off the backboard and it's recovered by Derek Thompson. Up ahead to Michael Rayford. Inside. That pass to Hopkins was behind him. Rayford with the bucket for Army. First basket of the game for Michael Rayford, and Army takes the lead. There's Tony Smith. Smith gets around the right side, inside to Palega, and he gets the easy shot under, up and in. Zach Palega with 5. Collision here at center court by Isaiah Staley and Derek Thompson. Army gets it up. Thompson. Staley's not letting Thompson go anywhere. Waits for Deion Jones. He's matched up with Pelega. Hands it off to Michael Rayford. Gets around Pelega, but a good job by Roger Hopkins to steal the lane. But nice work by Deion Jones to get open in the lane. 4 for Jones. Army retakes the lead, and we have a timeout called by Team SOCOM. Back and forth we go. Michael Rayford, we said he had to get involved in the offense, and if that means you become the assist man, then you do just that.
Helping his guys get into position, and I think with this timeout, I get it. I get why SOCOM needed that bit of a break, because you don't want Army to get hot. Need to regroup. Obviously, second half has just started, but take a moment, regroup, get back out there. As we said, this one has been so back and forth, it really feels like either of these two teams could run away with it at this point.
Both teams started out this tournament on a roll. Well, actually, that's not true. Army started out on a roll with 2 quick victories over Air Force and Navy. SOCOM rebounded after 2 losses to win 3 straight. And so but then SOCOM wound up having a tough game against Marine Corps yesterday. So they're looking to capture some of that momentum here in the bronze medal match. Isaiah Staley. And great pressure by Michael Rayford, forcing Staley over the line. And that's a turnover for SOCOM. Rayford getting it done, both ends of the court.
I was going to say he only has 2 points at this point right now in this game, but defensively he has been such a force out there. It almost feels like you look, he's there, he's in your face. He's going to roll up to you and make you work.
Much better job by Army on their offensive sets and their patience as the inside pass, or the attempt by Jones is recovered by Tony Smith. Here's Roger Hopkins. Hopkins over his left shoulder to Tony Smith. And Knox tried to establish position in the lane on the left side, and here's Tony Smith off the pass from Pelega, and he gets it to go. Tony Smith with his 3rd basket of the game, 6 for Smith. Derek Thompson gets behind the defense, and that shot will go out of bounds. 19-18, SOCOM. Take a look at that basket by SOCOM. Pelega looked like he was going to set the shot, but he saw a wide open Tony Smith in the lane, and you're going to give it to the big man.
Those two make it look so easy out there. Those two are always
great job by SOCOM to recover the pass, or recover the play in the backcourt, and Knox with a good hustle. Hopkins dishes it to Knox. Up off the rim, rebounded by Smith, and he's looking for an opening, but Derek Thompson with the defensive strip. Out to Rayford. Staley tried to establish position, and Rayford tumbles over. Let's see if... Take a look at what happened here. Good job defensively by Derek Thompson. And on the other end of the court, Staley, look, got his arms up. I didn't touch him. Outstanding job by Isaiah Staley defensively.
It was a great play. That is, as soon as you run in, you see hands go up. Go, not me. It was not me out here.
Staley at the top of the key, feeds Knox inside the paint. That rebound was dished out to Anderson, but Anderson didn't see it, and now SOCOM's got an opportunity off the turnover. Inside to Pelega, guarded by Finlay Cortez, and Pelega goes off the glass. 7 for Zach Pelega. Pelega will be back in action for sitting volleyball, so get to see his talents on display again tomorrow. Good push to get position in the lane and a nice soft pass by Staley. And a nice touch up off the glass.
Yeah, using that backboard. Beautiful shot.
Here's Staley. That ball is going to go rolling out of bounds, and it's going to stay with SOCOM. Army support behind us, not happy with the official's call.
You can tell we're in a medal game because the crowd has about doubled in here. We have people behind us just getting absolutely in on the action.
It's Adam Proctor behind us, who's actually on the Army roster but not competing today. He's letting the official know he doesn't agree with his judgment. Love to see the energy and enthusiasm. Here's Army. Bounce pass to Reyes. Got Finlay Cortez on the right side. Can't get it to her. Tried to feed Deion Jones on the inside, and that pass sailed behind Jones out of bounds. 3-point lead for Team SOCOM here in the bronze medal game. Staley gets around, knocks. Loose ball's batted away. We got 12 to shoot. Here's Staley. Tries to get it inside to Smith, and he muscles the pass to it, and he gets it. Nice work, Tony Smith with the layup. Tony Smith sets up in the lane, and he's just a force.
Being able to get his own rebounds too and then eventually put it in, just so key for this SOCOM team. As we've said, so much of their success runs through him and Zach Pelega.
8 points for Tony Smith. Take a look at our leading scorers for SOCOM. Tony Smith leading the way with 8. Zach Pelega with 7. Right behind him, Isaiah Staley comfortably in third with 4. SOCOM with their largest lead of the game. Rayford sends it up across to Deion Jones. Again, great defense by Roger Hopkins. Gets the pass to Rayford. He's got some room in the lane. The foul is going to be called on SOCOM's and Knox. Let's take a look at this again. Rayford with a burst of speed, and Knox just a little too late getting over. Here's Rayford, baseline. Air ball, rebounded by Staley. Out to Smith. He's hounded by Kevin Reyes. Staley, guarded by Rayford. Gets the tip away. Staley lets it roll out of bounds, and it'll stay with SOCOM. 5 to shoot. Isaiah Staley gets it to Knox. She's got to put it up, and it doesn't hit the rim. That's a shot clock violation, or out of bounds, however you want to look at it. Same result. And that inbounds pass went off the hands of Rayford, but it was recovered by Jones. Here's Derek Thompson. Off the backboard, no good. It'll be SOCOM possession. 23-18, SOCOM with the lead here in the bronze medal game. Hopkins gets it over to Staley. See if Ann Knox can set a pick for him. Michael Rayford says, I'm going to come in and help. Smith in the lane with a beautiful pass to Pelega, but he can't get it to fall. Rebound Hopkins. 5 to shoot, and Knox off the rim. They get a fresh 30. Here's Tony Smith on the left wing. Back out to Staley. Inside to Knox. And Derek Thompson rolls backwards, and he's going to get called for the foul. So Thompson picks up his second personal foul. Roger Hopkins at the line for SOCOM. Master Sergeant Roger Hopkins. First shot is no good. A couple of substitutions here. Army will going to check in Kaylin McClendon. Justin Radbill is going to wait. He's going to be replacing Roger Hopkins on the floor. So after Hopkins' second free throw attempt, we'll see Justin Radbill. Second shot is up and around the rim and out. Rebound, Army. Long pass intended for Jones. Recovered by Rayford. And he was able to knock it off of Isaiah Staley's chair. So it'll stay with Army as Radbill checks in for SOCOM. Roger Hopkins giving an outstanding job on defense for SOCOM. Clendon. Jones off the iron. Rebounded by Thompson. And his outlet pass was intercepted by Staley. Here's Tony Smith. Staley. And Zach Pelega's wide open. And here comes Derek Thompson defensively. And a block by Deion Jones on the rebound effort by Pelega. But it looks like he's going to get whistled for the foul. They're calling that foul on Derek Thompson, and that's his third, Haley.
They have 3 players with 3 fouls, correct?
That's what I have as well. Zach Pelega at the line. I've run out of room on my score sheet for Zach Pelega's medal count. Pelega's second shot. Gets the good backspin, but he can't get it to fall. And it's rebounded by Tony Smith. The shot goes off the backboard, and that's picked up by Deion Jones. Deion Jones competed both in the 2020 games as well as 2022. Back here for his third Warrior games. Here's Thompson. Long reach, gets it to Kevin Reyes inside, and Reyes can't get it to go. Rebounded again by Tony Smith. Boy, if I was collecting rebound totals, most certainly he'd be in double digits.
Absolutely.
There's Pelega. To Radville, back to Pelega, and Knox is over on the right side, and he can't get it to her. Here's Staley at the wing. And that ball goes out of bounds, but it'll stay with SOCOM with 10 to shoot. Oh, official overturned the call. They're giving it to Army. Army catches a break, and they needed it. They're down by 5.
This is what I was going to say. This is a situation where, look, there's a lot of time left, obviously, but it's not really Army's game to play from behind. And the wins that they have had, they've held their opponents to a combined 22 points. They held their opponents to just 7 and 15 in 2 separate games. They need to get stuff going offensively to have a chance in this one and just to get stops on SOCOM. But like we said, it's not really their game, but they got to get some shots and make some shots here.
That shot by Reyes off the glass was recovered by Radville. And nice job defensively by Caleb McClendon. Gets it to Reyes in the lane, but he's boxed out by Radville, and so too is Deion Jones. And Jones is going to get called for the offensive foul. Second foul on Deion Jones. And Knox in the open floor. To the top of the key, back to Staley. He's pressured by Rayford. And we got a 3-second violation. Like Dustin Burrell got trapped there in the lane. And as you know, if the 3-second violation, they give you a little bit of leeway in wheelchair basketball. If you're making an effort to get out, but you're boxed in by somebody in that instance. Good job defensively by Army, but Burrell couldn't get out of the lane.
Good job defensively, but now let's see what they can do with this offensive possession. Because like you said, they've got to start scoring. They've got to get something going. 10 minutes left, though. Still a lot of game.
Reyes in the paint. Rayford twist and turn, can't get the shot to go from behind as Knox rips down the rebound. To Staley, Rayford gets back on defense. He's so quick. The turnover. Oh, the loose ball recovered by Tony Smith. Here's Pelega. Tries to get it inside to Knox. And who is there again but Michael Rayford?
Michael Rayford.
All over the floor. Here's Deion Jones. That's going to be a call on Zach Pelega, it looks like. And did not establish position inside the paint. And there's the foul. First on Pelega. Here's Deion Jones at the line. First shot is no good. Roger Hopkins checks back in for SOCOM. Give Isaiah Staley a little bit of a break. Second shot for Jones. It's true. 5 for Deion Jones. Army cuts into the deficit, now trails SOCOM by 4. And a timeout called by SOCOM.
I'd like to take a moment just to talk about the incredible strength with shooting a free throw in wheelchair basketball. I'm 5'2", so I do not have the height, as it turns out. But as we learned from Coach Connie yesterday, regulation hoops, regulation ball, to not be able to use your bottom half is just so incredible to me. And Jones nailed that second one.
You see it on display. Deion Jones, talented athlete. Jones has competed in 7 events in these games. Jones with 5 points in this game. Thompson with a nice job with 8. Kevin Reyes, as you see, with 4. And that SOCOM timeout, I think you touched on that earlier, Haley. That SOCOM timeout, they're doing a good job of not allowing Army to go on any type of run. When you feel like they're getting a little too much confidence, now we're going to call a timeout. We're going to reset our offense, play our game. As Zach Palega in the lane is met from behind by Michael Rayford. And that is Michael Rayford's 4th foul. That puts Palega at the line. It's Palega. That shot doesn't fall, but it's rebounded by Burrell, and it's off the mark, out of bounds. So Army in legitimate foul trouble here. We've got 4 fouls for Michael Rayford. We also have 3 on Caleb McClendon and Derek Thompson. So Army's got to be careful.
And especially with a guy like Michael Rayford with 4, that is not who you want to see in foul trouble towards the end of this game, because he has been such a utility player for them, getting their players in great positions to make shots.
Not shot. That ball rolls out of bounds. We'll stay with SOCOM. SOCOM does not let Army get into any type of rhythm. Dawn Page checking back in for SOCOM. She'll replace Ann Knox. Army trailing by 5. 8:40 to go. This is Derek Thompson off the back of the iron, gets his own rebound and gets the roll. Derek Thompson with his 10th point of the game. SOCOM's lead is shaved to 3. Tony Smith gets it out to Dustin Burrell, and he's all alone. And the layup doesn't go. Rebound Thompson. Clendon gets it stolen by Roger Hopkins, but it rolls out of bounds. Isaiah Staley looking to check back in. He replaces Dustin Burrell. Three-point lead for SOCOM. Big possession for Army. This is Thompson. Can't get it to go. Staley with the rebound. To Palega. Roger Hopkins gets out in the clear, but he is chased down by Deion Jones, and Derek Thompson with the steal in the lane. Army trying to make some moves. Look at the hustle by Zach Palega, but the loose ball is picked up again by Army. This is Deion Jones. Off the glass, doesn't get it. Rebound Staley.
It is getting chippy and physical out here.
McClendon comes up with a loose ball to Reyes with the shot. Doesn't go. Rebound Palega. Comes Staley. Nobody underneath for SOCOM. And here comes Tony Smith gliding in, and the ball trickles away from Isaiah Staley. So a big break for Army. Inside 7 minutes, trailing by 3. The bronze medal on the line. That love pass is picked off by Tony Smith. Dawn Page tries to get out, but she's blocked in by Rayford. Here's Zach Palega, guarded by Reyes. Palega's going to take the shot, and he hits it. That's 9 for Zach Palega. And SOCOM pushes their lead back to 5. Backcourt pressure by SOCOM, and it pays off. Palega with the steal. Over to Tony Smith, to Isaiah Staley. Count it. 6 for Staley, a 4-0 run by Army. Should say 4-0 run by SOCOM, and Army is forced to burn a timeout with 6:10 to go. SOCOM's defensive pressure paying off for them here in the second half. Zach Palega, just a smooth touch from the outside, and there's Smith again to Staley, but that play was set up by Staley earlier on with his steal that gave them possession. He gets rewarded for the effort. So 6:10 to go here in the second half. Zach Palega leading with 10 points. Tony Smith with 8.
I think on that last play, you just saw the patience and resolve that SOCOM has had. You know, Army cut the lead to just 3. They were right back in it. And then SOCOM went on that 4-0 run, distributing the ball, doing what they do so well, what we've seen them do so well as this tournament has gone on. They just look unfazed right now.
Talked earlier in the game about the importance of SOCOM getting more production from other players, and they have. Isaiah Staley has really stepped it up. You know that Palega and Smith are going to get their points, but they needed that additional push, and Staley has given that to him. And you know that their defense is strong enough to win it, even if it was just with Smith and Palega. When you get additional scoring, that puts you in a very good position. Their lead is now 7, and another steal by Tony Smith. SOCOM really tough on the defensive end. Zach Palega gets a bounce, and he's looking for a pass, and he's got Smith in the lane, and that ball is stripped away by Kevin Reyes. But Reyes was on the line, and the ball will go back to SOCOM. That's a tough break. Kevin Reyes, competing in cycling, field, sitting volleyball, and wheelchair rugby. You get to see Reyes again tomorrow for sitting volleyball. You love to see a lot of the athletes in repeat events, especially the team competitions, right? They establish that type of camaraderie, certainly the flow, and good to see. There's Deion Jones trying to can't get off an easy shot. Pressured by Smith and Staley. And boy, that pays off for SOCOM. Here's Roger Hopkins. And Hopkins not in a rush. He's going to wait for his teammates, burn a little bit of clock as we approach under the 5-minute mark. A turnover by SOCOM here by the bench, and you can see SOCOM's coach just, well, you don't want to give away possessions.
No. Every possession is critical and so crucial right now. We're getting close to the end here.
Roger Hopkins is going to be called for his first personal foul. Aggressive defensively. Sometimes the whistle goes against you. But you like to see the effort. There's Michael Rayford. Dumps it inside to Thompson and can't get it. And that ball is out of bounds, and we'll go back over to SOCOM with a 7-point lead. Pass went behind Zach Palega, but he reaches back and corrals it in. Here's Tony Smith. Looking. Staley comes in to try to seal off Rayford. Smith backing in. Now he looks like he's got an open look, and we've got a whistle. And unfortunately, I have no idea what that call was for. But I do know this, that it's going back to Army. And a wheel is on the floor. We've got an escaped wheel.
A runaway and a runaway phone that just fell out of someone's pocket as he's on his way to fix this too. Great text here.
Let's see what happened here. Yeah, it's just a quick turn by Rayford. Sometimes you can do it, right?
Yeah.
Little quick turn. The equipment just can't keep up with you.
No,
That speed.
there are amazing pit crews here to get you right back in position.
Kevin Reyes glides into the lane and banks it home for Army. Cuts that SOCOM lead to 5. 6 for Reyes. 28-23, 3:50 to go here in the second half. The winner gets the bronze medal. Army looking to repeat as bronze medalists. SOCOM looking to pick up theirs. There's Tony Smith. And there's a steal by Kaylin McClendon. Out to Rayford. Let's see the push. She's got Reyes on the other end of the court, and he loses possession.
Cheer foul, 21 black, cheer foul.
And that Army foul is going to go on that Army foul is going to go on Michael Rayford.
We have a full timeout on white. We have a full timeout on white. Again.
So that is Michael Rayford's 5th foul. We just got confirmation of that. And so Michael Rayford will be out of the game, and that's going to be a tough break for Army because defensively he's only contributed 2 points, but offensively he's a good distributor of the basketball, and defensively he is probably their fastest player up and down the court. So that's going to be a critical loss as Army has to recoup his speed and his skill somehow.
Yeah, not only are you down 5 at this point, but you're losing one of your best players on the team. It's going to be extremely interesting to see how they respond in the final few minutes here.
Take a look at the fouls for Army. Rayford obviously out of the game. McClendon with 3, and so too is Derek Thompson.
How many fouls you have? Is that 5? You got to let the refs know.
Confirming that Rayford has 5 fouls.
You got a sub. Okay. Let's go. Let's go.
And it's confirmed. So Michael Rayford will come out of the game, and he'll be replaced by Tyler Will. Staff Sergeant Tyler Will, having competed in archery this morning and field events earlier in the competition this week. So a 5-point deficit by Army. SOCOM with the basketball looking to add to their lead, and they should not be in any rush to take shots, but they do anyway. And Zach Palega says, yeah, I don't care about a shot clock. I don't care about the time. Let's put some more points on the board. Game high 12 points for Zach Palega. SOCOM builds their lead to 7. Got some water on the floor or some perspiration. Could be one of either. Officials taking care of that right now. And it's interesting how even though we're in a timeout, the players are still jockeying for position in their wheelchairs.
Oh, yeah.
You've got Zach Palega over here with Derek Thompson. They're continuing to go back and forth with each other.
It never ends. Even if there's a slight break in the action, you are going to get that competition 100% of the time. .15 to shoot.
Here's Isaiah Staley with a quick shot off the glass, and that's pulled in by Deion Jones. Jones gets it to McClendon. The backcourt pressure by SOCOM, relentless. Gets it over the timeline, but not in enough time. There's the 10-second call. Army's going to get a substitution. Dalton Apodaca back on the floor. He replaces Deion Jones. Good game for Deion Jones. Defensive stalwart, 5 points on the offensive end. 2:30 to go here in the second half. Tony Smith outside the three-point line. Kevin Reyes with the pressure. Here's Dawn Page inside to Hopkins. The ball is knocked away by McClendon and recovered by Tyler Will. Here's Kevin Reyes looking for assistance on the right side, and he's got none. He's got 4 green jerseys to the right of him. There's the pass inside to Will. Back over to SOCOM. Dawn Page. We've got a foul called on Tyler Will. Couple more substitutions making their way onto the court for Army. Captain Anna Walker, as well as Sergeant Bill Anderson. Surprised Bill Anderson has not been in the game more than he has been so far. Sensational underneath the basket, good rebounder. Just we'll see what Army can do here with 1:47 to go, trailing by 7. Got to get some turnovers quickly. Here's Staley inside to Tony Smith, and there's the defense we talked about by Bill Anderson, able to kind of move Tony Smith out of the lane. And there's a steal by Tony Smith to Zach Palega. Army just can't capitalize on some opportunities.
It's kind of been the story of this game for them.
Here's Smith, 10 to shoot. Good defense by Tyler Will. 1 second on the shot. And there's a shot clock violation. Adam Fouts enters the game for the first time for SOCOM. 1 minute remaining. And a backcourt violation committed by Army. Dustin Morrell makes his way back onto the court. He replaces Zach Palega. Outstanding job today by Zach Palega. 12 points, leads all scorers.
If you want to talk about a sort of classic Palega game as we've seen over these last couple days, this is it.
There's a steal underneath by Tyler Will, but Dawn Page doesn't give up on defense. She strips the ball away from Will. And that ball goes out of bounds. Turned over to SOCOM. So the shot clock is off. Under 30 seconds to go. SOCOM in command. Isaiah Staley has to go around the world, but it can't fall. And that rebound goes to Anderson. To Will, up ahead to Reyes. And Fouts gives chase. But Reyes banks it home. 8 points for Kevin Reyes. that will do it. SOCOM with a 30-25 victory over Team Army. Congratulations to Team SOCOM, a well-fought game, well-earned bronze medal over Team Army. Team SOCOM earns the bronze medal. And you love to see this. You love to see the handshake line. We talked about this many, many times. We saw it through wheelchair rugby. We see now through wheelchair basketball. Just the great sportsmanship on both teams. There's no anger, there's no frustration, nothing but smiles, nothing but respect.
There's so much respect between these two teams, between every team that has been in this tournament. This was a tough one because obviously you want to come away with the win, but regardless, you just have that vibe and that feeling for your fellow teammates at the end of the day.
Great job by both teams. What we wanted to see was a close, hard-fought game. You know, we had a lot of blowouts in the tournament, right? And upsets that were blowouts, which was confusing. But in this game, back and forth action. You know, you saw Army get out to an early lead. SOCOM then went on a big run. And then the lead exchanged hands multiple times, but at the end, too much Zach Palega, too much Tony Smith, and Team SOCOM earned a good victory.
An impressive victory from where they started in this tournament, too.
Let's take a look at the brackets. So a great job by SOCOM. You know, let's not forget, SOCOM started out 0-2 in this tournament, and we thought, well, they might be relegated to the elimination game. They wound up winning 3 straight games, but then found they still had to come back and get into this game, and did a great job, and they pull it off.
I think when you talked about blowouts, they were on the losing side of 2 of those early on. To see them rebound, to have that composure, to come back, it's been an awesome story to follow them this week. And to see them come out with the win has even been more special.
We've got a great gold medal match coming up next with the Marine Corps and Air Force. But first, let's go down to the court. We've got a great bunch of happy people. Let's go to Lizzie Smith. She's talking to the SOCOM head coach.
Hello, Warrior Games. I am here with SOCOM head coach Keith Wallace. That was quite the fight until the end. You were seated 5th. How does it feel to take home the bronze?
It feels great. The guys and girls, they played, they did everything I asked. We worked on fundamentals, and they just did that to the bitter end, and we finally got a pick and roll, and it was so sweet because we worked on it all week, and we got better every game, and I couldn't ask for more out of them.
You've been coaching adaptive sports for over 20 years, coming off that 2022 national championship for the National Women's Basketball Wheelchair Association. Holy cow, I messed that one up. But how does it feel to get the bronze here at the Warrior Games? What does this victory mean to you?
It's great. It's not what we wanted, but, we got better. But, it's something. This is the first time that Team SOCOM has ever made it to basketball, has made it to a medal game. So for them to improve every game and get better, we're only looking up from here, So I'm excited to be a part of this. But it's not about me. It's about them and their journey. And I hope they really love wheelchair basketball and hope we can get gold next year.
Well, congratulations again on taking home a medal. We'll let you go celebrate with your team and make sure you don't go anywhere. We have that gold medal match coming up.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
since the day I was born. But I never stop running past the point of no return. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me. Lord, bring out the fighter in me. Shine so everybody can see you. Be anything that you wanna be. Yeah. Lord, I'm gonna find my way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Heart and times rain down since the day I was born. But I never stop around time to take my turn. Light a fire so the world can see the fighting fury that I have inside of me. So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Give it to me now, huh? Well, I woke up in a changing place. Felt so good, didn't know my name. Ay, 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 I think I smell smoke. Ooh, hope she don't hold back. Ooh, a little firecracker. Oh, hot damsel in this dress.
There's a black cloud hanging over us. Retribution can be so dangerous. The falling rain and the rising tide. You're not to blame, but you're dying inside. There's a black cloud hanging over us. we're still alive to climb the wall. We live forever and stake our claim. It's now or never. Stand up and take aim. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory. We will rise and we will fall with our backs against the wall. We do it all for glory, for glory, for glory.
Welcome back to the Vice Admiral Fitness Center here at the 2023 Warrior Games Challenge here in San Diego, California. John Magrino along with my partner Haley Elwood, and we are joined by Team U.S. coach Connie Moore. We're happy to have you here again, Connie. Haley, the gold medal game coming up between Air Force and Marine Corps, two teams that know each other probably all too well. What do you see happening in today's game?
This is going to be a point-a-palooza, if you will. Both these two teams can score. I am so excited to see what is on display tonight. Connie, you joined us yesterday when these two teams first met. What are you expecting tonight?
It's going to be exciting because, as we know from that game last night, Air Force didn't know what to do. They were struggling. They were struggling to get on the board. They were struggling to make buckets. Then the next two games after that, it was like a totally new team. So from that perspective, I'm excited to see which Air Force team shows up ready to play.
So these two teams, no stranger to each other in this gold medal match. Air Force coming in with a tough loss to the Marine Corps earlier in the tournament. Right now, the Marine Corps has just been absolutely dominating everybody. 5 games with double-digit victories. Air Force has to find a way to slow them down.
The crazy thing about Air Force is they were a 4 seed coming into, Marine Corps was a 4 seed, but in terms of Air Force, they have just been such a force. Connie, you mentioned it yesterday. After that loss to Marine Corps, they certainly turned it around. They were able to get things going. You mentioned, though, I remember you talking, they can't get flustered out there.
I think it'll be a challenge. I talked to Coach Hannah. She said the goal is to press Marines the whole entire game. So let's see if she sticks to that game plan tonight.
Let's check in with Lizzie Smith.
Welcome back to the Warrior Games Challenge. If you're just joining us, you missed a great bronze medal match against SOCOM versus Army. SOCOM taking the bronze there. We're getting ready to kick off our gold medal game here. The teams are warming up. We have Air Force versus Marines. It's sure to be a fight out there. So a lot of action is coming your way that you don't want to miss out on. Make sure you're tagging us on those photos while you're celebrating, watching the finals out here at DoD Warrior Games on Instagram, and use those hashtags so we can find you too. Hashtag Warrior Games, hashtag WG23, hashtag Adaptive Sports, and hashtag Warrior Athletes. We will be back in just a moment to kick off this gold medal match, so don't go anywhere. Let's take a brief moment to listen to a message from our host, the U.S. Army.
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center for tonight's gold medal game in wheelchair basketball, featuring Team Air Force and Team Marine Corps. Please join us as we honor America as retired U.S. Army Specialist J.P. Lane sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
For today's wheelchair basketball gold medal game. Introducing first the visiting team on the scoreboard, Team Air Force. Number 8, Staff Sergeant O.J. Shasanya. Number 11, Technical Sergeant Jess Durhammer. Senior Airman, number 21, Josie Arevalo. Number 24, Senior Airman Moses Nebraska. Technical Sergeant number 42, James Phelps. The starting lineup for Team Air Force. Number 6, Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm. Number 10, Staff Sergeant Carly James. Number 14, Senior Airman Darrell Holly. Number 33, Technical Sergeant Paul Vermeer. And number 34, Staff Sergeant Greg Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Air Force. And now let's meet the home team on the scoreboard, Team Marine Corps. Number 5, Staff Sergeant Rosendo Gutierrez Jr. Number 13, Staff Sergeant Danielle Pothoof. Number 19, Lance Corporal Dimitri Chekawangsi. Number 20, Gunnery Sergeant Denise Medina. Number 24, Master Sergeant William Pizarka. Number 26, Sergeant John Thompson. Number 36, Staff Sergeant Darrell Taylor. The starting lineup for Team Marine Corps. Number 1, Staff Sergeant David Benitez. Number 2, Sergeant Patrick McDonald. Number 3, Master Sergeant Donald Burns. Number 31, Staff Sergeant Michael Scott.
And at number 32, Staff Sergeant Pierre Sturgis. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Marine Corps. We are just about ready to get started with our gold medal matchup. Team Marine Corps undefeated at 5-0, taking on Team Air Force. Marine Corps 5 double-digit victories coming in. What does Air Force have to do to stay in this game?
Attempt to contain them, and that, I believe, also starts with trying to stop Donald Burns. 17 points for Donald Burns in that win the Marine Corps had over Air Force. Marine Corps leads all teams in this tournament with 34.4 points per game. Air Force's defense has to come out strong to contain their offense tonight.
Coach Moore, you've seen both of these teams multiple times. Tell me what you think the strength is of Team Air Force that can limit Marine Corps' runs, because as we know, Marine Corps goes on these big runs. Air Force has got to find a way to counter that.
I think one of Air Force's strengths is that they do come together often. Maybe not as often as people may think in person, but they come together often virtually. I know one of the things that Colton Grimm has done is that he puts games together in his hometown so he can continue to practice and share this information with his teammates. If they come together and play together as one unit, I think as they can, I think they're going to do some amazing things.
Our officials for tonight's game, Ramon Alvarado, Angel Zavala, and Bob Doty. And we are underway as the opening tip-off gets knocked out of bounds. And we're going to try that one more time. Paul Vermeer in the circle for Air Force. Michael Scott for the Marine Corps. And that tip goes out of bounds as well.
Third time's the charm.
Just underway here at the wheelchair basketball gold medal game. Team Air Force, the defending gold medal champions, and Team Marine Corps, who came in as the 4th seeded team and surprised everybody except themselves, I'm sure, with a 5-0 run through the tournament. This is Carly James with the shot from the baseline. Rebounded by Donald Burns. David Benitez to Patrick McDonald. McDonald goes around the outside, comes past the block by Burns. Burns picks up the ball that was batted away in the paint. Takes a nice soft shot, gets a look, put it on the board for Donald Burns. First basket of the game for Master Sergeant Burns. Would expect nothing less from him. He has been absolutely dominant this entire tournament.
As we said, he had 17 in that win that they had over Air Force last time. No surprise he's getting things started for Marine Corps, kicking off the scoring for them tonight.
Here's Benitez, guarded by Nebraska, and his shot goes up and off the glass and in. Marine Corps out the gate with a 4-point lead. Here's the defense that we talked about by Air Force as Sturgis and Burns collapse in the backcourt, and Air Force is able to get it out to Vermeer. To Nebraska. Inside to Vermeer, he coasts in and gets the layup off the glass.
That was a very smooth play. When they slow the game down and play their game, this is Air Force's strength. Now, what they have to be aware of is that Team Marine Corps, they have their big three in, as Coach Jaime says. He refers to Pierre, Michael Scott, and Don Burns as his big three, so they have to play tough against those three.
This is Pierre Sturgis to Benitez. Tried to get it inside, but Vermeer is there with the long reach, and he hauls it in. Up ahead to Carly James, and that's going to run out of bounds. Patrick McDonald gets it to Benitez. Greg Walker slides right by him to cut off his path, but he gets it to Sturgis. Over to Donald Burns. Gets a shot up off the glass, and he's fouled. First foul of the game for Moses Nebraska. That puts Donald Burns at the line. See, Nebraska comes up, collides a little bit with Burns. That puts Burns at the line. First shot is up and off. Donald Burns competing in archery this morning. And he'll be involved in the shooting competition coming up in the next couple of days. Burns' second shot is up and out. Rebounded by Walker. Air Force a little difficulty getting it out of the backcourt, but Carly James up. 10-second violation. Here's that Marine Corps defense.
That's it. They can score, but they can stifle you up, and that is definitely what they're going to be doing tonight. There's a reason they are undefeated. They've been brilliant on both sides of the ball.
(4-2) lead for the Marine Corps. This is Burns. Squares up, shoots, off the mark, and out of bounds to Air Force. One of the things that Air Force needs to do in this game is they've got to rebound. Donald Burns is a monster on the boards. If Air Force can rebound, that'll keep the Marine Corps from getting those extra shots. They've got to find a way to box him out. And there's a turnover by Air Force. Once again, Marine Corps' pressure. We've got a timeout on the floor. 30-second timeout called by Air Force. So Air Force, in order to make sure that they stay in this game, they've got to survive the waves, right? Marine Corps, as we know, as we've seen, they just go on rolls. Air Force is good enough to win. They've got the horses. Bottom line, though, is they've got to make sure that they stay in the race, right? They've got to make sure that they stay in. Take timeouts when you can. Stop the bleeding, so to speak, and make sure that you come back and regroup. They've got great players. Carly James.
Yes, they do. They have amazing players. But one of the things that Team Marine Corps picked up on right away is that they can get flustered very easily because this is a very young team. This is not the same team that Air Force brought to the table last year. This is a full new starters except for Carly James. So they have to not get flustered, stay within themselves, and play the game that they know how to play.
This is Benitez. In traffic, can't get it to go. Fighting for the rebound, and there is Nebraska to pull it in. Up to Carly James. They've got to get James and Colton Grimm in the action here. Got to get them going. Here's Nebraska. To Colton Grimm. Tries to get it underneath, and it's stolen by Donald Burns. Here's Benitez, top of the key. Inside to Burns, establishes position. What a good play by Nebraska. Rebound goes to Michael Scott. Here's Benitez, off the mark. We talked about the repeat shots, get the rebounds. You've got to make sure that they don't get second and third shots. And Carly James has it stolen by Michael Scott. Outlet pass to Benitez. Waits for everybody to get in position. Shot inside to Benitez, and it looks like it went off the hands of Paul Vermeer, so it'll stay with the Marine Corps. Here's Benitez. Off the rim. Rebound by Vermeer. 2-point lead for the Marine Corps. 15:25 to go in the first half. Carly James underneath. Rebounded Michael Scott. And you see Marine Corps does not give you extra opportunities. Michael Scott always underneath the boards. Obviously, Donald Burns. And we've got a foul underneath. Let's check out Pierre Sturgis.
Swivel shake in there, getting under the basket. Obviously didn't go in, but he drew the foul to hit the free throws here.
Shot by Sturgis is off. Got a substitution for Team Air Force. James Phelps checks in. Gives Greg Walker a breather. Staff Sergeant Pierre Sturgis with his second free throw. Rebounded by Moses Nebraska. And Phelps could not see it coming. And that rolls out of bounds. Back to the core. Here's Benitez from the free throw line. Rebounded Nebraska. Phelps able to reel it in. Bounces it forward and it's picked off by Michael Scott. Pierre Sturgis. Cross court to Scott. High pass, but it's caught. Inside to Patrick McDonald. Defense collapses, but McDonald gets the bucket and the foul. That foul's going to go on Moses Nebraska. Great defensive effort. Good job by McDonald to keep us focused. That's Nebraska's second foul, so he's in early trouble here. And he'll go over to the sideline as Greg Walker makes his way back into the game. Patrick McDonald completes the trifecta. And the Marine Corps has its largest lead of the game, 7-2.
One of the things Coach Jaime said, he definitely wanted to keep Air Force on their toes and keep them flustered. He didn't want to keep the ball in the hands of just one person. He wants to put the ball in the hands of all of his players. And then defense is something they do naturally.
And that's an offensive foul called on Colton Grimm. What a great play by Donald Burns, establishing position right by the three-point line. Let's take a look at that again, Haley.
Gets right here, draws it, and how fired up he is, knowing he was just in the exact right place at the right time. Hard to stop him.
There's a lob pass inside to Burns, and he lays it in off the glass. Donald Burns, we got to give a shout out to Donald Burns Jr. back in Yuma, Arizona. He's watching Big Daddy dominate. Seven-point lead for the Marine Corps. Gold medal match. Here's Vermeer. Back to Grimm. And Grimm with a huge basket for Air Force.
We all know what happens when Grimm starts making baskets.
Get him heated up. Darryl Holly waiting to get back into the game here for Air Force. Here's Pierre Sturgis in the lane and smacked away by Grimm, but Burns is there, and the shot rings in and out. Rebound Sturgis. Patrick McDonald underneath. Air Force has got to stop the rebounding. Offensive rebounding from Marine Corps is just off the charts already.
Look, Air Force will take those missed shots, absolutely, but
You don't even get those chances if they stop those rebounds initially.
3 and 4 attempts.
It was a good preview of volleyball for tomorrow.
Here's Daryl Holly. He's blocked off by Burns, and that causes a turnover. Patrick McDonald comes up with it. And McDonald is called for a traveling violation.
Well, you can't, just like in traditional basketball, traveling is still a thing. You still have to dribble the ball. You still can't just hold the ball in your lap the whole time. You have to be active with the ball. And it's hard to catch when you're in a wheelchair what that looks like.
Here's Grimm, top of the key. Long pass to James. Baseline. Count it. Carly James. And a quick timeout by the Marine Corps. So what we talked about earlier is Air Force has got to go toe-to-toe with the Marine Corps. You've got to be able to respond. You've got to be able to keep those waves from crashing too much. And you see it right here. Carly James, when she gets hot from the outside, there's nobody better.
There isn't anybody better. Carly James, Colton Grimm, when they get on fire, it's hard to extinguish and put them out. That's why it was such a smart move from Marine Corps to call a timeout now, because they knew what came next. Best believe after they played Air Force yesterday, they watched those other two games. It's like, all right, we can't let them get hot for too long, because and then that's the moment they take complete control of the game.
Air Force on a 4-0 run right now. So as you said, important to take that timeout, regroup. Don't let them get too hot.
And I don't think anybody on the Marine Corps roster underestimates the potential of Air Force. Air Force has shown that they are incredibly athletic. They've got the skill, they've got the athleticism to keep up. Marine Corps is not, they're not foolish. They're not going to let them get on any runs either. So a good start, a frenetic pace here in the first half. Marine Corps with a 3-point lead. And they'll take the inbound as Benitez pushes it up the floor. Here's Benitez from the free throw line, inside to Sturgis. And Sturgis with a nice touch, up and in with 3 defenders in his face. Pierre Sturgis strong on both sides of the floor. Here's Daryl Holly, and Sturgis rushing back to get him his way. And Holly's layup bounces off into Sturgis' hands.
One of the interesting things about Sturgis that Coach mentioned is that at any point in time, he believes that Pierre can take over the game. He says he doesn't do it. He chooses to be a team player. And that's one of the things I appreciate about Sturgis is that he doesn't do that. He plays this on the next level, but he also understands that he's also here to help develop these Marine athletes when it comes to wheelchair basketball.
Here's Benitez to Donald Burns. Little soft pass inside to Sturgis, and it's knocked away by Colton Grimm. And that goes out of bounds to Air Force. Substitution for the Marine Corps. We get our first look. Danielle Pothoof checks in. She's been very busy in these games. A couple of gold medals in cycling, track as well. Here's Sturgis. To Burns. And a collision by Daryl Holly and Pierre Sturgis. And Holly's going to be called with the foul, his first. Take a look at this.
Holly just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You need to stop Sturgis somehow. That's just not quite the right way to do it.
Burns a shot up off the glass. Into the hands of Holly, out to James. Nothing easy for Air Force. We've got a stoppage in play as Pothoof and James rolled into each other.
Fun fact about James and Pothoof is that they are teammates for the upcoming Invictus Games. So it's fun to see them play against each other on the court, to know they have to come together in a few months to represent Team US.
Here's Daryl Holly. Dishes to James. Rebound, Patrick McDonald. Five-point Marine Corps lead. 9:23 left in the first half. The gold medal on the line. Here's Burns. Burns with the shot, and they're going to wave that off for a 3-second violation. Air Force getting some more muscle back in the game as Moses Nebraska checks back in. Holly, guarded by Sturgis. Sturgis is just so quick in that chair. The turns, the strength, just an unbelievable athlete.
I think those two guys, Holly and Sturgis, have some of the best chair skills you've seen out on this court. Both so smooth, both so adept at moving so delicately. It's almost like a very graceful move as they're out here, even though they're both so strong at the exact same time.
It's like a dance move, and that shot that was just put up, the whole game of wheelchair basketball is like a graceful dance, especially once you can learn to navigate the chair just like your legs. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
And Benitez's bucket cuts the lead to 7. I should say it adds the lead to 7, and Benitez gets the rebound. Cross court to Patrick McDonald. He's met by James, and James strips it away. That's picked up by Grimm. Holly cut off by Burns and almost knocked him over. He gets a wide open Moses Nebraska, but he can't finish. Rebound Burns to Benitez. And here's a breakaway for Pierre Sturgis, being pressured by Glenn, and he can't get there, or by Grimm, and he can't get there. Pierre Sturgis. And here's McDonald. Rebounded by Holly, pressured by Pothoof. The pressure by the Marine Corps in the backcourt is intense. And Holly had it stripped away by David Benitez. Nine-point lead for the Marine Corps, 7:36 to go. And James inbounds it to Colton Grimm. He's guarded by Sturgis. Back to Grimm. No easy set plays for Air Force, but Colton Grimm takes advantage and knocks down his second bucket of the night.
Colton Grimm almost missed that pass, as you heard Carly James call his name to turn him around. But it's not as quick and easy to turn around if you're not upright on your feet. You actually have to spin the chair, look around, and spin the other way to be at attention.
Sturgis tried to thread it inside to Burns, but that was batted away in Air Force on the run. But look how quick 4 chairs get back on the floor for Marine Corps. Boy, defense is a priority for them. Here's Holly. Gets it over to Grimm, and a good box out by Nebraska, but he can't get it to go. And again, one and done on the offensive end for Air Force.
Air Force has to get those buckets. And it's not like the shots aren't there. The opportunities are there. They just have to work on their follow-through.
That'll stay with the Marine Corps. Here's Benitez, guarded by Holly. Good job by Holly interrupting the shot, or at least give him a good distraction. Nebraska up ahead to Grimm. Burns tries to smack it away, back to Nebraska, and back to Grimm. Then looking for some sort of room over to Carly James. And James's shot goes off the rim into the hands of Burns.
Connie, does the physicality of these two teams surprise you at all? I have seen more players try to poke the ball from their opponents in this game than any other game I've watched this week.
It's a little bit of redemption and a little bit of revenge on both sides of the court. You have Marine Corps to prove why they deserve to be 5-0 and why they deserve to have the gold medal, and then Team Air Force to say, hey, we're the returning champs for a reason. We may not return our starters, but we have a point to prove with that last game that we just lost.
Here's John Thompson checking into the game for the Marine Corps, up by 7. Backcourt pressure by the Marine Corps. Carly James, and here's the trap, but she gets it out to Daryl Holly. To the wing, to Nebraska, and Nebraska knocks it down. First points of the game for Moses, Nebraska. And a long shot by Benitez, and a good job defensively by Nebraska to haul in the rebound, keeping them to one shot. That is critical if they want to get back into this game. Here's Holly. Can't get around Burns. Over to Walker. Walker dishes inside to Nebraska, and it bounces away into the hands of Burns. Here's David Benitez. Inside to Sturgis. Good job by Nebraska backing him out of the lane. And Sturgis can't get off a clean shot, but he gets it! He gets the shot off over the outstretched hands of Moses, Nebraska. Cannot believe it.
The emphatic roll away on the end of that made shot, too. Sturgis is feeling it, and he knows it.
Here's Holly. Rolls around, stops, looks for the shot, gets it, doesn't go. Rebounded by John Thompson. And a good job by Holly with the steal, and we've got a whistle.
Chairs are stuck.
Take a look at this again where Pierre Sturgis just so smooth.
Muscles it up himself, gets it in there. As I said, that strong, strong roll away. Feeling, yeah, I got it.
Substitution for the Marine Corps, Michael Scott heads out into the paint, calling his name a few times on the rebounding side. Scott actually a very strong offensive threat as well, as Carly James knocks it down. James cuts the Marine Corps lead to just 5, with 3:25 to go. Here's Benitez, inside to Donald Burns, and he's hounded by 2 Air Force players, but a foul is called. That foul's going to go on Colton Grimm. That's his second foul. Not necessarily in any foul trouble just yet, but you can't afford Colton Grimm to play tentatively. You want him playing strong defensively, one of his strengths. A shot by David Benitez. Lead goes back to 7. Grimm with a bounce pass goes behind Moses, Nebraska, and picked off by Donald Burns. Gives it a couple of bounces, and he's in the lane. Passes off to Benitez. Gets the bank, but can't get the shot to fall, and there's the rebound by Greg Walker. Up ahead to Daryl Holly, but Pierre Sturgis cuts him off and lets it go out of bounds.
One of the things I do have to say about Greg Walker is that when he does retrieve the ball, he protects it by any means necessary. He uses his whole upper body to cover and protect, and then looks around to see if any of his teammates are available to help him out of trouble.
Benitez up and over to Patrick McDonald in the lane, rebounded by Walker. Donald Burns cuts off Daryl Holly, and a nice play defensively, yes, by Pierre Sturgis. He draws the charge on Moses Nebraska. Nebraska hits the floor. Take a look at that one more time. As Sturgis got into position, and Nebraska never saw him stop.
It's so hard to prevent something like that, especially in the chairs, because they don't have brakes. Your brakes are your hands, and your hands is what stops the chairs and the momentum. So there's really nothing Moses Nebraska could have done to prevent that charge from happening.
Benitez up top to Sturgis, pressured by Walker. And a rebound to Nebraska. Nebraska's got to be careful underneath. He's got 3 personal fouls. And great defense in the backcourt by Donald Burns as he halts Daryl Holly's progress, and that forces Holly to burn a timeout. 1:42 to go here in the first half of the gold medal game. Marine Corps with a 7-point lead over Team Air Force. And right now, Coach, when you look at Air Force and you know these players, what are they thinking right now? They know they're down by 7. They got a really tough opponent. What are they thinking there in the huddle?
It may be a little bit of a panic right now because they know what happened the last time Marine Corps jumped out in front. But they also saw what happened when they were able to close the gap. So what they're trying to do is prevent a double-digit lead so it doesn't get out of the way. Right now, 7 points in their head is manageable. They can get back up in the game. You put Colton Grimm and Carly James, they get on fire. They know that's a game changer at the end of the day. It's still 1:43 left to go in the half, and it's a lot of basketball left to play.
What about the impact of someone like Paul Vermeer, who really had an amazing game just yesterday? He was currently able... I think he put up, 16 points in the 40-12 win over Army. What can you say about his impact that he could have if he gets going?
Well, Paul Vermeer, as we call Tall Paul, played basketball collegiately, so he has basketball experience and know-how. And the thing with Tall Paul Vermeer, is that once he gets in a flow, he stays in that flow. But he has to stay relaxed. All of these athletes had a very long games, and we still have a few days left. So they're coming off of archery competition. They're coming off of rowing. They're coming off of track. So they have to mentally reset and get ready to perform, and that's what it's going to take from Paul to do that as well.
1:35 to go here in the first half. Air Force trailing by 7, and a costly turnover. Donald up to Benitez, to Pierre Sturgis. Dishes it back to Benitez. Patrick McDonald tries to seal off, gets behind Michael Scott. That's too easy. 8 points for Benitez. Great job by Michael Scott setting the pick offensively.
Michael Scott is one of the key and pivotal players for Marine Corps. As mentioned last year, Michael Scott played a big role in all their team sports.
Paul Vermeer banks it home for his second bucket of the night. As we're inside a minute to play, 40 seconds to be specific. Shot clock at 20. And look at the wall sealed off on the right side for Benitez. The shot goes up and out of bounds. But the discipline of the Marine Corps with their set plays as Scott and McDonald seal it off so Benitez can come around and just get an uncontested shot.
So that's some of the cool things you get to see in wheelchair basketball is how you can utilize the chair for so many different things that you can't do in traditional basketball. You can't have 3 players line up behind you and then you shoot the basket for bracing. That doesn't work. But in wheelchair basketball, it is actually strategy that they use to play the game.
And a long shot by Colton Grimm. .8 seconds left. The officials are adding a little bit of time. 3.2 would be the proper time, and let's see if Marine Corps can get a bucket before, and that's going to be a turnover by Paul Vormere. He's got to shoot it as time expires, and it's off the backboard.
I can't tell you how impressive that is to do from that far in a wheelchair. That is not easy to do at all. And if the fans at home are watching, don't believe me, sit in an office chair and try to play basketball and let me know how that goes.
So we've reached the halftime mark here in the gold medal game. Team Marine Corps with a 7-point lead over Team Air Force. Take a look at the highlights here from the first half. And Haley, Donald Burns says, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Try to silence me. Definitely not the case in that first half for Burns. He is just picking up where he left off. And I think you've seen it both offensively and defensively for him, getting into space, making Air Force feel uncomfortable, and then obviously offensively taking shots. There's that defense we like to see from Donald Burns. But then Connie, Air Force has got their shots. They've taken their opportunities. Carly James, she loves that sweet spot, the right side of the basket. What can you say about what you've seen from them in this first half?
From the Marine Corps?
From the Air Force.
From the Air Force, where the Air Force, they show glimpses, right? They show glimpses of what they can be, and then guess what? They get a little frazzled, and they get a little thrown off course. Again, so Air Force, again, has to slow things down and play their game. When they do that and they settle on that, it's great. But the thing is that Marine Corps knows that. They know that they have to get the Air Force frazzled. And whenever they get frazzled, they start to miss shots, they start to speed up, and they start to play Marine Corps' game.
So a 7-point halftime lead for Team Marine Corps over Team Air Force here in the gold medal game. And we are going to send it down to midcourt, and we have got a special presentation.
Hello, Warrior Games. I am here with 2 very special guests. I have Lee Montgomery, our wheelchair basketball program manager and Hall of Famer. Lee, what do you have going on for us at halftime today?
Well, what we're going to do today, first of all, are you all having fun? All right, that's the most important thing here, that you guys enjoy the show. And on behalf of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association, David, retired general, I'm sorry, sir, we would like to present to you this ball as a souvenir for having us here for the game today. And that's your ball now, your new trophy.
No, give me a hug. Thank you so much, man. This means everything to me.
All right, man. Love you.
Thank you. I love you
Thank
too,
you
my
for
friend.
your service, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Dave, a beautiful moment for you here. A wonderful game so far. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited. It's humbling to be here to watch these athletes play, to watch their resilience and watch them on their journey to recovery. I can't describe what this means to Lee. Thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
Well, Dave, Lee, thank you so much, gentlemen. And who's ready for an exciting second half of this gold medal match?
The soldiers of the U.S. Army stand watch, around the clock, across the globe. They face a uniquely challenging lifestyle. That's where U.S. Army family and morale, welfare, and recreation plays a critical role, with programs designed to enhance their quality of life. Corporate partnerships with Army MWR are a powerful tool to weave your brand into military life experiences of today's well-educated and brand-loyal soldiers. Build your brand with the strength of the U.S. Army.
Back at the Vice Admiral Martin Fitness Center here at Naval Air Station North Island in San Diego, John Magrino along with Haley Elwood and Team U.S. coach Connie Moore. And so far, Team Marine Corps looks just as good as advertised, Haley.
It has been impressive to watch them all week long. I think slightly underestimated maybe as a 4 seed coming in, but they have shown that they're undefeated for a reason. I will say, though, I thought maybe they try to pull away a little bit. They're only leading by 7 at this point. In that last game against Air Force, they led by 11, which, Connie, you said Air Force couldn't afford to get behind in double digits. So this is, though, got to feel like a good spot for them, right?
Absolutely. It's like right now within the score, it's like they're still within striking distance. Once those double digits, it does something to you mentally to see that you're that far behind. You only have 2 halves to play the game, and there's a lot of catching up that you have to go do. So as a strategy, if I was Team Marine Corps, my goal is to drop as many buckets as possible. I would keep the ball on my side of the court and score, and to see how Air Force prepares to battle against such a running offense.
Very confident huddle in the halftime break by Team Marine Corps. They're exactly where they wanted to be. Team Air Force, maybe a little bit frustrated, but you could see guys like Nebraska and Grimm trying to motivate each other, trying to get them back into the game. They're still in it. They're still in it. They've got to get a little bit more offensive performance from their big guys, from Walker and Vermeer, Colton Grimm, Carly James with 4 each as well. Let's see what we can do here as the second half action gets underway. Marine Corps with possession. Benitez with a long pass cross court to Sturgis, holds it high above his head, gets the shot, and it won't fall. You gotta like Pierre Sturgis. I'm just gonna practice my shot after the shot.
That's what all ballers do. It's like, let me rehearse that one more time.
Here's Holly. And he's stood up by Donald Burns. Gets the outlet to Nebraska, and he's got nobody in his way as he coasts in for the layup. That's a good start for Air Force. Air Force with balanced scoring. 4 players with 4 points each. 5-point game. Here's Benitez up ahead to Burns. Donald Burns looking for a shot, and that's what we continue to say that Air Force needs to do. Limit them to one and done. Good job rebounding. Colton Grimm, cut off by Burns, gets it up ahead to Holly. Holly looking for an opening, gets it over to Grimm, who slides into the free throw area. Over to Vermeer. Tries to get a seal-off block by Nebraska, gets the shot off, and it's rebounded by Burns. Is anybody keeping track of Donald Burns' rebounds at this point?
I wish.
I haven't.
You know what? I think Donald Burns Jr. might be at home.
That's probably right. Here's McDonald in the lane. To Sturgis. Can't leave him open. 8 points for Pierre Sturgis. So quick to get open, quick to recover on defense. Tremendous player. Here's a cut by Holly. Tries to get around Scott. Looks for Colton Grimm, and Grimm's open in the lane for the soft touch. Time to get Colton Grimm heated up.
There you go. You heard Holly say it before. If I want to win, I got to get the ball in Colton Grimm's hands. Whenever he has the ball, that's who he looks for.
Pass over to Donald Burns. He's pressured by Holly. Back to Benitez. He's spotted up by Grimm. Benitez lofts it over to Burns. Sorry, that's Pierre Sturgis. And the rebound by Vermeer. Another one and done for the Marine Corps. Air Force with an opportunity to cut the lead to 4. Here's Grimm. Waiting for his teammates. Bounce pass to Holly. He's blocked out by Sturgis. Cross court and just over the head of Moses Nebraska. A little too much mustard.
Yeah, and you can see Daryl Holly said, that's my fault. Too much, he got excited. That happens.
Watch how Pierre Sturgis is just a tactician defensively. Maneuvers his chair, doesn't give you any angles. Love to see it. Looks like we've got a foul called inside. That's going to go on Daryl Holly. Holly's second foul. Here's Scott. Rebounded by McDonald. 5 points for McDonald. Leads back to 7. Paul Vermeer. He's going to be boxed out by Burns, but he gets the basket. Paul Vermeer. Draws the foul from Donald Burns. 6 points for Vermeer. Let's see if he can cap the three-point play. Vermeer gets back into the lane. It was a great job by Burns trying to slide over, but the contact was made.
Contact was made, but still, they still made the court. It's like, it's so funny to hear these fans in the stands and how they're cheering for their respective services going back and forth. I think it's a little competition there, but Donald Burns tried to get him just a little too late.
5-point ball game. And Sturgis has it batted away by Holly, and it's recovered by Nebraska. And Sturgis with a nice recovery, but I think he's going to get called for the foul. And he is. Just the first foul. That's actually the first foul on the Marine Corps for the entire game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, pretty clean game for them so far otherwise. And even Sturgis kind of knew. He didn't fight that one. He knew that was on him.
Actually went over to the sideline saying, I need to calm down. We need to calm down. Because they know if you let it get within 5, it goes within 3. That's a one-score game at that point.
So a timeout called by the Marine Corps, holding on to a 5-point lead here in the gold medal game. Air Force starting to convert on some turnovers, trying to take advantage of the few opportunities that Marine Corps gives anybody. And it starts out, of course, on that defensive side of the ball, under the rim, get those one-and-done rebounds. And we're starting to see Carly James and Colton Grimm heat up a little bit. If that gets going, that'll also free up Vermeer underneath. And Air Force should be back in business.
They should, and once they get in the flow, like I said, they know it's within 5. Again, they could take advantage and slow things down and play to their advantage as long as they don't get flustered and try to rush things and rush the buckets.
$15:55 to go here in the second half of our gold medal game. Here's Colton Grimm. Shot up and down. We've got a scrum for the ball, but it's wrestled away by McDonald. From McDonald over to Pierre Sturgis with a nice cut, and he lays it in. Oh, boy.
That cut was all abs. He just used his abs to cut under there and make that basket.
You know, if Air Force converted that last opportunity, that cuts it to 3. 3 is so close to 0. Come back, Marine Corps gets a basket. 7 is so close to 10. So every basket it's so important right now for Air Force. You cannot let the Marine Corps slip away from you.
They can't, and they know that, and Marine Corps knows that as well.
Here's Benitez. Inside, the Sturgis just puts himself right into position. Rebound, McDonald, and he gets the putback. 7 for Patrick McDonald. Just like that, Marine Corps builds a 9-point advantage. It's Colton Grimm. Over to Holly. You notice how Donald Burns plays defense. Donald Burns will put his back to the chair and set himself up for the offensive rebound. Moses Nebraska buries it from 12 feet.
The ball was actually stuck in the basket.
So a 7-point lead for the Marine Corps, 14-17 to go. David Benitez, 8 points on the day. Over to McDonald, to Sturgis, with a beautiful bank shot off the glass. Boy, Pierre Sturgis is just lighting it up. 12 for the staff sergeant. Here's Darryl Holly, largest lead of the game for the Marine Corps. It's around Vermeer. Nebraska boxes out Scott, and McDonald meets him in the lane, but he got there before Holly, and Holly's called for the offensive foul. Third personal foul on Darryl Holly. You cannot afford to lose him.
We also have 3 on Nebraska, too, so this is kind of a similar situation we saw the last game where you have multiple players potentially trending into foul trouble, but those 2 guys are huge pieces for this Air Force team.
Here's Burns. The officials coming over to the table to reset the shot clock to 14 seconds. Here's Sturgis outside the 3-point line to Benitez. Vermeer puts his hand in his face and disrupts him. The ball gets knocked away, and it will go to Air Force. Good chase by Pierre Sturgis. He settles him right back on defense. Boy, the way he spins his chair. Look, if you can see, it's incredible. The skill.
As I mentioned, sometimes practices are just on working on chair work because they understand how critical that is. Your chair, again, has to become your legs, and they understand that, so you have to navigate it accordingly.
Nebraska shot, nothing but air, recovered by Donald Burns, and Burns pushes it up the floor. We have not seen Donald Burns really exert himself on offense, but at the end of the day, you don't need it. He's getting every rebound that everybody else is hitting shots. And here's Burns with a nice touch off the glass, rebound to Nebraska. It's almost as if Burns can hear us talking about him.
Let me go after this shot right now. But talking to Coach Jaime earlier, he said that Burns has such a skill of defense and scoring points. And that was probably his role in this game, was defense over trying to shoot shots.
And another brilliant play by Pierre Sturgis, drawing the offensive foul on Moses Nebraska. It actually gives him a little bit of a smile. All right, buddy. Yeah. Pierre Sturgis.
But if you notice when Sturgis does that, he actually educates the Air Force players on why that was an offensive foul. He shows them, hey, you're up on your heels, you charged. This is why it's an offensive foul. So they're like, oh, okay. So although they're his competition, he still knows he's the vet in this game, and he still can spend time educating as well.
And Nebraska has to go over to the sideline as he picked up his 4th personal foul. Here's Benitez with the rebound back inside to Sturgis, and he's going to bring it back out. And they get a fresh 30 and reset. 9-point lead by the Marine Corps, coming up on 12 minutes to go. This is Sturgis Tries to use the glass, and that ball rebounded to Vermeer. This is Carly James. Picked up by Sturgis. Quick turn and spin. And he gets his own loose ball. There's nothing he can't do on this court. It's incredible.
He's so unbelievably impressive. Just the way he is able to hustle to grab his own ball when it looked like that was going to go back to Carly James.
Please tell me that Pierre Sturgis will be playing in the Invictus Games.
That's something about the Marine Corps team that's absolutely amazing, is that they have not one, not two, but 3 Invictus athletes, and guess what? They're all on the bench.
What? Please, you have to educate all of us on this.
It's the way the selection process works. They pull from teams from previous Warrior games. They take that list, they take those who participate in certain sports, their skill level in those sports, and when they came to the games. Pierre, well, he's new to Warrior games when it comes down to it. So when they selected this team last year, he was not a part of the program, so he was yet to be selected. But I can tell you this, I can see Pierre Sturgis being on the Team U.S. team in a very, very, very near future.
Are you allowed to share with us who is on that roster for the Invictus Games from the Marine Corps?
So for the Invictus game, Rosendo Gutierrez, Danielle Potif, although you do see her come off the bench. William is also for Team for Team U.S. So for the most part, again, you see them on the bench. You rarely ever see them in the game. So again, that shows you how strong Team Marine Corps actually is.
And for you, Connie, in your role in the Invictus game, you're sort of like the head coach CEO, if you will, right? How would you describe what you're doing this coming September?
So what I'm doing, my whole process is to keep the team full, to make sure they're going through their training plans, they're not overexerting themselves. We still have 3 months to go before we actually show up to the Invictus Games, and just share training plans and things like that with them. So I'm more like a handler than a coach. But it's a fun role because I get the opportunity to know athletes from all of the services versus just one.
And a vicious hit on the sideline here by Pierre Sturgis on Carly James, away from the ball. And that took Carly James really out of the offensive set, so a smart play by Sturgis. Here's Michael Scott. Over to Benitez. Long pass inside to Burns, off the glass and into the arms of Vermeer. James with a long pass, but that's picked off by Benitez, and he throws it over the back of his head. Behind the back pass, and he almost connected with Sturgis at midcourt.
Gotta see them laughing right now.
Because sometimes this can feel almost very circus-like. All you heard was ball, and everyone's turning around scrambling for the ball. It's so easy and tempting to want to just stand up and grab it, but it's the name of wheelchair basketball.
Take a look at this play. Benitez with a great touch. The 11-point lead, largest of the night for the Marine Corps. Here's Walker, rebounded by Scott. Marine Corps looking to sweep through this tournament undefeated. And so far, every game they've had a double-digit victory, and they're on their way right now.
And this is where the test begins for Air Force. They are officially in double-digit numbers, behind, 11 points behind. Can they stay calm enough to cut that deficit?
That ball was knocked out of the hands of Walker by Donald Burns. Stay with Air Force. I am really excited to see a lot of these same players compete in sitting volleyball as well. We'll see Benitez, we'll see Sturgis. And there's Sturgis again. Gets the roll, the kiss off the glass. 14 for Pierre Sturgis. Marine Corps, one of the things that Air Force could not afford to do was allow the Marine Corps to go on one of their patented runs. And here we are. 8-0 run for the Corps, looking for 10.
As I said earlier, they've been averaging 34.4 points per game. They're in that 35 range right now. It's a pretty token performance of what we've known them to be throughout these games so far.
They might have a 13-point lead, but they're not going to let up on defense. That's something that they take a tremendous amount of pride in. As we have a timeout called by Air Force, trailing by 13 at the 8-minute mark of the second half. Just a tactical perfection by the Marine Corps. They run their offense. Their defense is just unrelenting.
They knew they had to shoot out to a lead. They knew they had to shoot out to a lead quickly. It took them a while to get there, but they got there. So now it's all about defense and keeping Air Force off the scoreboard for the rest of the game.
Marine Corps' leading scorers got 14 for Pierre Sturgis, 10 for David Benitez. Air Force consistent scoring, 6 each for Grim, Vermeer, and Nebraska. Got to take advantage of those opportunities, and again, unfortunately, few and far between, but got to protect the basketball. 8 minutes to go. This game is not over. However, if nothing changes, then nothing's going to change.
Very poetically put.
Air Force has to up their offensive production, just try to get something going. Obviously, it's simple enough to say stop the Marine Corps, but they need to do their part on offense to at least try to get some points here. More points in the second half to cut this into this Marine Corps lead.
They have to slow down and have fun. I'm a big advocate for that when I talk to any athlete in any service. Fun is the key to success in sports. It's playing with your friends, whether they're on an opposing team or on your current team.
Good defense by Sturgis, which inhibited the shot by Greg Walker. Here's Benitez, squared up and intercepted by Carly James. Gets it out to Colton Grimm, and here comes Sturgis. Cuts him off, but Grimm gets the shot off, and it's rebounded by McDonald. Nothing easy.
No, and again, his hustle, Sturgis's hustle is just absolutely incredible.
"13-point lead for the Marine Corps. Donald Burns extremely excited here as they wait for the inbounds pass. He can taste that gold already.
And ref goes, that's on me. Inadvertent whistle.
There's Sturgis with the kiss from the left side. 16 for Pierre Sturgis. Boy, you can't say enough. He's everywhere.
It's Pierre.
James able to get it across the timeline to Vermeer, over to Grimm, but Benitez is going to lock him up, but Grimm knocks it down. I believe that put an end to a 12-0 run by the Marine Corps. Let's see if Air Force can get themselves back in the game, down by 13. Time slipping away. Pierre Sturgis just pestering defensively. Air Force will be the top seed going into tomorrow's sitting volleyball preliminaries as the defending gold medalists. They were gold medalists in all 3 team competitions last year as Greg Walker banks it home. First points of the game for Greg Walker.
As you mentioned, that Air Force had all 3 golds last year, but that's also why they have a target on their back.
Sturgis' shot goes up and missed, recovered by Walker. Here's Nebraska. To Vermeer, we've got a 2-on-none, but Donald Burns races into the lane. Vermeer gets it to Grimm, and Grimm puts it up and in, and the foul. Count it. Danielle Podov got there, but just a second too late. She's called for the foul. Take a look at the fast break offense. Good job by Vermeer to get it over to the open Grimm for the easy bucket.
Connie, what are you seeing in this fight from Air Force right now?
They're trying to fight for rep, they're trying to fight for pride, and they're trying to fight for their team. They don't want to give up, and it's easily get passionate and get frazzled, but you can see them trying to slow down and trying to slow down Sturgis. They weren't successful in that attempt, but they know they have to stay within themselves to keep pressing and to continue to play. It's still a little less than 5 minutes left to go in the game. Not quite double digits.
(39-28) Marine Corps, 4:35 to go. Here's Grimm. Set shot up and over Donald Burns. 12 for Colton Grimm. Lead shaved to 9. John Thompson will check in for the Marine Corps, giving a break to Danielle Podov. See, the Marine Corps T-Rex is in the house. Very vocal contingent here for the Marine Corps.
A T-Rex with
pass inside to Sturgis. Vermeer pressuring defensively. Third opportunity goes up and in. 20 for Pierre Sturgis. That's the highest total in the tournament this year.
That's impressive to score 20 points in a wheelchair basketball game. Did you see that defensive play from Big Daddy? That was insane.
And the intensity, McDonald and Sturgis and Burns, it hasn't wavered since the opening tip-off.
I don't think they came out the game.
Haley, they were the number 4 seed.
I know.
Nobody gave them any chance, and here they are.
And Connie talked about that yesterday, just the fact that because no one gave them a chance, it gave them the chance and the confidence to silence all the doubters. We saw them in that game yesterday against Air Force because they had beat a 2, they had beat a 3. Could they beat a 1? And they did. They want to do it again tonight.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons that Marine Corps was underestimated, because every year, next year, you may not see the same Marine Corps team. You may not see the same Air Force team. There are rules in place to select these teams for various reasons, and the different services has reasons for selecting them. Sometimes it's not always about selecting the best players, but it's about selecting the individuals that need this the most for their recovery, to be in this environment and say, yes, I can. This is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here to do. So when you see these teams show up, it's like, who's showing up. And they put together quite the incredible wheelchair basketball team.
.347 to go here in the second half. Colton Grimm, cross court to Nebraska. Gets the shot off in front of Burns, no good, rebound Burns. Outlet to Sturgis. Almost a backcourt violation, but he got it to McDonald. Here's Burns, top of the key, inside to Sturgis, book it. 22 for Pierre Sturgis. He doesn't get tired. I'm watching him box out Carly James here as Moses Nebraska takes a tumble. A collision with Donald Burns. Incidental contact.
Connie, you said that Sturgis is relatively new to the Warrior games. Does someone's athletic prowess like him surprise you to be so good so early on in this tournament?
Not necessarily, because he has experience with wheelchair basketball prior to being part of these Warrior games. How he was recruited to the game is unique to Marine Corps. I know a lot of different services tried to go after active duty and different people who applied to be a part of the service. So, but again, his background in this is wheelchair basketball, so that piece is not surprising. What is surprising is how good of a team player he is, because at any point in time, Pierre can take over the game and score every basket if he wanted to. He's choosing not to do that. He's mentoring his teammates and even mentoring the Air Force athletes when he gets an opportunity to.
.13 lead, 2:35 left. Paul Vermeer. Ball rolls out of bounds, but it will stay with the blue. Substitution for the Marine Corps. Will Pizarka checks in for a very, very talented Pierre Sturgis. What a game by number 32. Colton Grimm with his 14th point of the game. See Pierre Sturgis with a well-deserved break, 22 points on the night. Sensational athlete.
Though I think as he rolled away, he looked at his coach and said, let me finish, let me finish. He wanted to finish this game out. Can't blame him. I'll take the rest too if I was
Connie,
him.
I'm sure you can attest, as a tremendous athlete, you always want to be on the floor when the game's over. You want to celebrate out there.
Exactly. That moment, there's nothing better than being on the court when it's official to say that, hey, we did this, we won the gold medal, versus coming off the bench.
David Benitez rattles it home. Benitez also in double digits with 12. Benitez and Sturgis combined for 34 of the Marine Corps' 45 points. Here's McDonald to Benitez, back to McDonald. And he's roughed up in the lane by Greg Walker. Paul McDonald checks out. McDonald finished with 7 points. John Thompson in for McDonald. This is Michael Scott to Benitez, and he's met in the lane hard by Greg Walker, and Walker's going to be called for the foul. .125 left. 13-point lead for the Marine Corps. You know, it's as if Air Force would get the, cut the lead to 4, or cut it to 5, and then just seemingly without realizing it, then suddenly the lead's back to 8 and it's 9. You know, they just never give you an opportunity to recover.
It was very similar to yesterday's game, how they rallied back from a 16-0 deficit, but yet it still just wasn't quite enough, because I think, as we've seen throughout this tournament, Marine Corps is just a force. They're just on a different level in this one.
This is Paul Vermeer. Ahead to Grimm, and he lays it up and in. Colton Grimm with 16 points. I believe that ties his high for the tournament. And a 5-second call on Marine Corps. You have 5 seconds to inbound it. Air Force would not give them a good look, and it goes back over. We have a timeout.
Rosendo came in. He's an Invictus athlete. He showed up on the court. We'll see. We'll see what happens in this last 64 seconds of the game. You also saw William Mayhem Pazarka show up in the game, but that's what happens when you get to this point in this moment in the game and you're leading. One of the best things you can do for your bench is build their confidence to places like, hey, you played a role, you played a part in this gold medal, and we want to show that, right? So that's what's happening now, and you want to kind of get them in.
Connie, Air Force, you said, is a relatively newish team that's kind of been put together for these games. To come out of here, though, with a silver, that still feel good to them, even though they are the defending champs, if you will?
That does feel good, because at the end of the day, what's happening is that this is a brand new team. A brand new team that's showing up, with the exception of Carly James. Carly James is the only returning player from last year. Greg Walker was on the bench, but he didn't get as much game playing time as he did before. So for the most part, as a new team, I would be happy with that. I would be happy with the fact that, hey, we came out this with a silver medal.
So interestingly enough, going into this game, I think we have seen the Marine Corps evolve their offense. Because in the early outsets of the tournament, Donald Burns was a major offensive force early on. Michael Scott, Patrick McDonald, and then we saw the progression of Pierre Sturgis, and it culminates in, I mean, listen, that's an MVP performance,
Yeah.
right? Would anybody disagree with
Nope. I would not disagree. If I was doling out awards, he would be my absolute MVP tonight. Both ends, both sides, but offensively, to put up 22, just so good.
Carly James' shot rattles in and out. Recovered by Benitez as we're under a minute to play here in the gold medal game. We have a 10-second violation. I got to give credit to Air Force. They're not quitting when you're down by 11.
One of the things that
Tremendous fight.
One of the things that Coach Hannah really practices, she's like, you play until you finish. There's no stopping now. You play until you finish the game. There's something we can learn from this experience. There's something you can learn in every play. So they're not going to quit.
.3 seconds left. So the Marine Corps takes home their gold medals. Here's a steal by James to Nebraska. All alone, that's going to let him take the shot, and he banks it home. 8 for Moses, Nebraska. 9-point lead for the Marine Corps. We've got a traveling violation called on Colton Grimm. Here's Grimm. And I don't think they would have counted that as a three, much to my chagrin.
I know.
However,
Again, so close.
Colton Grimm cleans it up and puts it back in for the bucket. He's got 18. I just want to see a three-pointer.
I know.
Josie Arevalo in for Air Force as we've got another timeout on the floor. 32nd timeout. So tell us, Connie, what do you know about sitting volleyball? What do we got? What do we got to look forward to?
It's fun.
Tomorrow?
It is a fun game to watch. So just like wheelchair rugby, high impact, very fast action. You can watch the ball volley back and forth. It gets very exciting. Teams are very passionate about it. It is another team sport that Air Force was gold in last year. But again, they have a target on their backs. They're the target. Let's beat Air Force. Last year, the whole arena was cheering against Team Air Force. But sitting volleyball, it goes down to the wire. And just like basketball, the league could change so quickly.
Who's your favorite to win gold? You can say it.
I'm purple. I'm purple.
Colton Grimm has made my tournament, knocking down the first three-pointer and only three-pointer. And a big hit at midcourt between Colton Grimm and Patrick McDonald. And that's an offensive foul. Take a look at that three. Colton Grimm buries it from downtown.
He made your tournament, and he got his team within 4.
4-point lead for Air Force and Carly Grimm. Carly Grimm brings them within 2 with 14 seconds left. But Michael Scott chasing it down the court. Pierre Stearns is back in the game, and a foul is called.
This feels like a real NBA game right now.
That just happened.
What was a 13-point lead with 2 minutes to go is now just a 2-point lead with 6.8 seconds left on the clock. Sturgis at the line. Rebound to Vermeer, and a timeout by Air Force.
Oh my God.
I spoke way too soon when they had that double-digit lead.
This is why you don't stop playing the game. You don't quit. Any other team would have quit and said, I am done.
Can Colton Grimm do it again? Can he hit another three to win it? Air Force down by 2. Listen, full disclosure. When the lead was shaved to 9 points, all I was thinking is like, well, you know, Marine Corps streak of double-digit victories is going to go by the wayside. They can't let that happen. But here we are, and now it's a 2-point game.
What?
Just a tremendous comeback by Air Force, and it's going to come down to one play, to one possession. 5.7 seconds left on the clock. Carly James to inbound. Can the Marine Corps get the stop? Here's James. 3 seconds on the clock. To Grimm. And time expires. And the Marine Corps wins the gold medal.
Wow. Goodness.
Can you believe the comeback by Air Force? But the Marine Corps gets the stop when they need it. Your final thoughts, Haley?
I can't even process what just happened at the end. I do have to give credit for Air Force, to Air Force, for coming back towards the end when they did, because it really honestly I felt when Marine Corps had that double-digit lead they had in the bag. I'm asking you, how great will it feel for Air Force to get silver? Lo and behold, they cut it as close as they did. But I think with Marine Corps, they showed that fight until the very end. Things got a little hazy towards the end, but then at the very, very end, they got that defensive stop they needed. Connie, what did you see?
I think what happened, Marine Corps also saw that double-digit lead. They got excited. They started to pull their people in off the bench. Air Force took full advantage of that. Then you saw Coach Grimm do what everybody was waiting for, hit that three, and that was a complete game changer. We talked about it. The Air Force doesn't know how to stop fighting, and they will continue to fight. They know they had a point to prove as gold medalists from last year, and they will continue to fight, and they will continue to do. But guess what? This silver means just as much as this gold medal to them as any other medal they have.
What an unbelievable comeback. Unfortunately, it fell short for Air Force in a game filled with tremendous highlights. Back and forth it was early on. Air Force took, the Marine Corps went out and took a 13-point lead. The game looked to be over, right? But we saw it in the huddle on Air Force's timeout. Nobody quit. But at the end of the day, that man right there, Pierre Sturgis,
I was just going to say the impact that he had on this
able
game.
to get it done on defense. And Colton Grimm with the three-pointer made this man's night. An unbelievable victory by the Marine Corps.
And you know what?
Great effort by both teams.
As it turned out, for that final ball to end in Donald Burns' hands, pretty good. Pretty good with what he's done throughout this tournament.
So a great job by the Marine Corps. They take home the gold medal. Want to thank my partner, Haley Elwood. We want to thank Team U.S. coach Connie Moore for joining us on the broadcast. Really appreciate your insight, and we look forward to the Invictus Games.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate being here. You guys were awesome, and this was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Want to thank everybody for tuning in. We're going to send it down to Connie. We're going to send it down to Lizzie on the court.
Hello, Warrior Games. What a game. I'm here with head coach for the Marine Corps, Jaime Baltazar. What a fight out there. Tell us what it means for you to take home the gold.
Oh, it's amazing. These guys worked hard all year trying to get here. We had a bunch of camps leading up to this. Sometimes we had different personnel, but whoever came, they did their part. And it's just an amazing job, outstanding job by these Marines to come together in such short time and learn this sport. Props to them because it was an amazing job.
Before prelims started, you were seated fourth and Air Force was seated first. What does it mean for you to pull through like this?
That's awesome. We pretty much came from the bottom to the top, and we had to work our way there. Last year, Air Force was really tough. They were tough this year as well, and we just put the team together, and everybody came together and played their part. You know, that's what makes a team.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy celebrating with your team, and we will have medals coming up for you in just a moment.
Thank you.
We are the soldiers, hear what I say. We are the fighters and we won't sway. We are the victors of
the sky, and they're coming down and hit the ground now. Run around, chase all my dreams with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for wheelchair basketball. Please welcome the medalists. The medals will be presented by Commander, Naval Air Force U.S. Pacific Fleet, Vice Admiral Kenneth Whitesell, and Navy Fleet and Family Readiness Director, N9 at U.S. Navy, Ms. Leslie Gould. Bronze medalists, SOCOM. In no particular order, Lieutenant Isaiah Staley, Sergeant First Class Don Page, Staff Sergeant Adam Fouts, Master Sergeant Roger Hopkins, Sergeant Ann Knox, Major Eric Lewis, Petty Officer First Class Dustin Borrell, Captain Zach Polega, Specialist Justin Radbill, Petty Officer Second Class Harley Megley, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Smith, and Head Coach Keith Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen, your bronze medalists, SOCOM. Silver medalists, Air Force. In no particular order, Senior Airman Josie Arevalo, Staff Sergeant Carly James, Senior Airman Moses Nebraska, Staff Sergeant Colton Grimm, Senior Airman Darrell Holly, Technical Sergeant James Phelps, Technical Sergeant Paul Vermeer, Staff Sergeant Gregory Walker, Staff Sergeant O.J. Shasanya, Technical Sergeant Jessica Durhammer, and Head Coach Hannah Walker. Your silver medalists, Team Air Force. Gold medalists and wheelchair basketball champions, Marine Corps. In no particular order, Gunnery Sergeant Denise Medina, Staff Sergeant Danielle Potoff, Staff Sergeant David Benitez, Staff Sergeant Rosendo Gutierrez Jr., Master Sergeant William Pizarca, Staff Sergeant Michael Scott, Staff Sergeant Darrell Taylor, Sergeant John Thompson, Master Sergeant Donald Burns, Staff Sergeant Pierre Sturgis, Sergeant Patrick McDonald, and Head Coach Jaime Baltazar. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalists and wheelchair basketball champions, Team Marine Corps. The 2023 Warrior Games Challenge medalists.